there we go. I noticed the mouse wasn't doing the microphone wasn't doing the microphone thing. We should be a-okay to go. Hi everyone, how are all of you? We're good with the audio, I believe so. It says the levels seem to be decent. Maybe this guy can be turned down just a smidge there, and then I think we're good. Hi, Skillet Fun. Welcome to stream. And hi, Sanaba. Welcome to you as well. I try my best to time the YouTube starting, well, not YouTube, Twitch thing starting before so it can do the ads and everything, but apparently this time around I didn't want to do it, but it's working now. We're here today. How are all of you? How is your week gone? For me, well, tomorrow I've been considering Monday the beginning of the week. So how's the end of the week looking? Some people consider Sunday to be the beginning of the week. So either if it's the end of the week or the beginning of the week, how's it been for you? Let me move this guy down here to make things easier a little bit for me to speak and get vocal. I have 2 bottles of water good to go, and I have some lemonade today. Spicing it up. I was doing coffee for a bit, but I usually like to keep those for the study streams, or not the study streams, programming streams. Programming streams is coffee, study streams is lemonade. However, I ran out of lemonade, so I had to substitute with coffee. Which, it worked, you know, it was a thing, and now we're back to lemonade. Nice and tasty. Let me go ahead, and I believe I have everything prepared. I did a few things since yesterday for stream settings, so I'm hoping they'll go well. We'll see if anything pops up. Aside from that, there's a few other changes I'm excited to make, but overall, all in all, I'm really happy. I'm really excited. I am looking forward to both the study and this week and just in general. Thinking maybe next week we can do what's the word I'm looking for? I'm thinking next week maybe another character study stream or maybe a hair study stream. That's one thing I want to get better at is I think my hair skills are currently lacking. Hair and clothing are the two, but maybe it's more of a thing I just have to do on my own time instead of stream time, as if not a character next week, maybe we can do water again. That was another topic that was suggested that I've done before, but never on stream. Speaking of lemonade, let me get some. It's tasty. Very tasty indeed. Yeah, I've done a fire stream on I've done fire study on stream. There we go. I can word. And the thing is, it was super fun. And good to know it's working. Hold on. Let me move you up there. Thank you for the redeem, Muck Pie, and welcome to stream. Welcome to that as well. Water it is. Water and lemonade, it seems. Tasty. Okay, we're all good to go. Well, 2-ish minutes there, so we still have some time to chat. So let's see. Yesterday, I didn't get around to finishing the music. However, I'm hoping to get to it today. I just slept after stream, and I did not wake up until very early in the morning. And I tried to make Star Wars Destiny board game. You can Google it as a digital version, because I have no friends that play IRL. There are online tabletop roleplay games, if you've ever heard of those before. I do know there's some Star Wars themed ones, but never heard of Star Wars Destiny board game. Have you tried, is it called Tabletop RPG? There's one. Let's see, Star Wars Destiny board game. I don't know why I thought there was maybe like I feel like there is. Maybe in the sense, TTS also requires. Fair point. But at least you could do like maybe like a single player RPG. Those do exist. I played one last year and I've played a few before. And hi Eska, welcome back to stream. Welcome. I've done a few of those before. I think they would be fun to do again. It was a vampire themed one, so we did it in October. I feel like it could be fun to maybe try doing those when the time comes. Like we'll do one eventual spooky stream, but I definitely do want to try the vampire, since the vampire you can make Pixelart and characters. And hi Rodrigo, welcome back to stream. Welcome. I hope you've been well. As to you as well, Ignoron, welcome back. And hello there. I am mentally prepared to follow along until I need to sleep. Me lacking. You know, you remind me, Ignoron, of the meme where it's 2 people, one person's heading to bed, one person's just waking up. You know, I happened to go get a glass of milk while you were already awake. And now it's the reverse, where I'm up about to study, and now you're almost about to go to bed. What a coincidence. And hi, Iris. 8 Senpi, at Senpai. Is that how you would say it? Can you, if you wouldn't mind reminding me? But welcome to stream. Welcome back. And that timer's up, so let me bring you into the next screen. And, well, hello there. Hi, Paranoid Pumpkin. I think YouTube's still having an issue where it's giving me the different names. So if I'm saying names differently than what they're supposed to be, please do let me know. But welcome all the same. Alrighty, let me go into our planning screen. Planning. Okay, today should be pretty fun, and just Sen P is good? Okay, good. Lovely to hear. We're going to do Pixelart of the Day. We're going to talk about a lot of resources. I'm going to bring you up to speed on stuff, just ghost related in general I've been doing. Then we're going to try to design a ghost. Then we're going to try to design a different ghost. So hopefully 2 ghost designs. My name is Stardenbird and Hardenbarden. That's my best guess. After that, there is also the community review. So let me bring you up to pace with what's going on, shall I? Let me make this a little bit bigger so I can see things a little bit easier. Let me move you over here. Yep, okay. That should be easier to do. And then if I bring you over here, and then I click this button, yeah, and then I go to, oh no, so many screens, I tell you. I truly do need to get one of those things where I can just press a button and bam, screen transition. Don't need to worry about none. Let's see. Planning, and then oh, it was just here. Oh, here, I found it. Okay, we're good. Your ref can go here. Lovely. We're all good to go. Okie dokie. And let me make this guy a little bit bigger. Ooh, ghost. Hi, psychedelic kitten. Welcome back to stream. And indeed, a ghost. Very spooky. I hope you'll enjoy this one. As, it's a thing I definitely want to get better at. Now, Pixelart of the Day is a thing I like to do. And oh, hold on. There's no chat on screen. There you go. You should be visible now. Pixelart of the Day is the thing I like to do at the beginning of the study streams, where what we attempt to do is look at some pixel art I either find on Twitter, Pinterest, Instagram, areas where you post art. Find someone who's drawn something of that nature related to the theme. So since it's ghost, we have a ghost image here made by Liar Pixels. And that's the name right there. And they made this lovely pixel art. And take one look at this. Now, surprisingly, there's not a lot of information and not a lot of just art in general of ghost I could find. So this was a treat to find, as I think there's a lot to talk about with just the detail here. So we'll try to spend the next 8 minutes just going over this, getting our minds in the mood, as I think one of the best ways to learn and get better at something is to intake a lot, have a lot of observation skills. So if you're trying to make games, you gotta play a lot of games. If you're trying to make art, you gotta look at a lot of art, so you can get a look at the fields and understand why people do things they do and figure out what you like and don't like, so that when you actually go to draw art, you can be like, okay, I have a frame of reference, as you can't draw something from nothing. You gotta have a registered memory, and for me, memory is not all too good, so I'm always looking at things. Saying that, let me see if the timer will do the timer thing. Oh, lovely, look at that. 8 minutes on the clock, and we don't even have to worry about the bottom guy. Okay, so for me at least, one thing I like to start off with is I look at colors. Let me make this guy a little bit smaller here. There we go. That should be easier to see. Yeah, there we are. I like to look at colors. What are the main colors I'm seeing? Are there any shapes I'm seeing? What's the feel I get from the art? For this guy here, I would say maybe it's a combination of colors. So I'll put colors. And this is a little bit too small, so maybe I'll make it 16, maybe 22. There we go. Colors. And let's see. I'm seeing blue. I'm seeing brown. And maybe orange are the 3 colors I'm seeing, which are pretty complementary colors. And hey, spooky ghost. Hi, Daniel. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. And let's see. You could also modify already existing sprites. It really helps. Yep. But you're still observing sprites, right? You're still taking in the sprites and understanding how they look and how they are created. So it's still a thing of just taking from what's already available and using it to learn. Using all the resources you can. Let's see, blue, brown, orange. You could even say brown and orange are the same under some circumstances. So I'll put here the complementary. C-O-M-P-L-E. Oh no, complement. M-I-N-T, possibly. M-E-N-T, complement, I think. That's how complement colors, which just means the colors work together in color theory. And I'm a fan of your pixel work, but when will we see you in 3D modeling? Hi, double pixels. I've only done 3D modeling once before. I hope to do it again soon, as I do want to do pretty game. However, that's way in the future. And thank you, by the way. Welcome to stream. So let's see, how big is that canvas? That's the thing, you don't know when looking at something like this, and that's something we'll talk about later on. But for right now, we don't know the size. You'd have to zoom in and start counting all the pixels, so there's not really a way to tell, especially since people can upscale their art, but that's something I will touch on, don't you worry. Let me zoom in here. Along with colors, let's see, there's also silhouette, design, technique, shapes, purposes. Let's talk about purpose or feeling. What do you feel when you look at this art? Are you getting a spooky feeling? Are you getting a happy feeling? Are you getting a sad feeling? And it's almost close to low res art. Low res, do you mean like high res pixel art, but low res regular art? Can you elaborate just a smidge? I would say for this at least, I'm not getting a very spooky feeling, but it's a kind of maybe silly. Maybe the feeling I'm getting is silly. It's not silly. I mean, it's not spooky. Feeling silly, so I'll put feeling silly. Not spooky or scary. And the ghost looks like a trickster. Yeah. Trickstr. Look, the ghost looks like a trickster. I think that's the best way I can describe it, is that, you know, they seem like maybe they're gonna tell a joke as they're popping out. It's closer to digital art and pixel art is what I was trying to say. Ah, yeah. It is big canvas. Big canvas. Lots of pixels. Yep, that is something to notice. If you're trying to go for a style like this, that would be something to consider. But what makes pixel art is that if you zoom in here, right, that are very specific with what they use for their pixels. This little lamp, this candle here, just looking at this, it kind of reminds me of, the brush work itself here, maybe you could consider it a form of dithering, which is kind of just blending between colors. So I'll say dithering. Dithering has a style, and it's like a wave. Wavy, maybe best way to describe it. What I mean is, if I right-click this and I click on draw here, if you see, right, and oh, my tablet is not on, so let me turn it on. And the ghost is smiling almost mischievous. Yeah, I'm getting that mischievous feeling. I 100% agree, Daniel. If we click, if I do go here, you can see these sort of shapes that are blending these two colors back and forth. I would consider that a form of dithering, and the way they're blending colors together to create a feel. I think that is certainly a pixel art technique. You can also see here, right? There's also some dithering going on here. So I can say, yeah, this pixel art uses a lot of dithering. I feel like that is something that this person knows how to do. It's a skill. Let me go ahead and erase these guys. And even 100 by 100 canvas was used. I'm more of a small sprite guy. Yeah, different people have different tastes. Some people like big pixel art, some people like small pixel art. It's certainly up to the person. I like both. For me, it's easier to maintain small. However, I can certainly appreciate big pixel art. Let's see here. What else can we say? Dithering has a style. Wavy. There's also, let's see, there's also classic, checkered, C-H-E-K, checker, oh, I don't know how to spell that, yeah, we'll just go, classic. There's also classic dithering, yep, There we go, easy peasy with words. Let's see, what else can we say about this? I really like the colors here, or at least the way they show off the texture of the wood. Is really interesting, wouldn't you say? Checkered. Thank you, Muck. Let's see. C-H-E-C-K-E-R-D. E-D. There. Checkered. We're good. Checkered. Thank you. Yep. Okay, let's see. What else do we notice? We have some yellow, some flame here. They're very light, very silly, very mischievous. There's some dithering there. Black is interesting. I guess that's yeah, how about that? Their use of black is interesting, I would say, in the way it adds contrast. Like, you don't look at the area here, and it kind of brings your attention to the ghost itself. So I'll add here, black, B-L-A-C-K, black adds contrast to draw you to the center where the ghost is. I'll also say there is some lovely texturing on the, what would you call it, a dresser maybe? Dresser is unique. UNI Kiwi, I think that's how you spell unique. I will If it isn't, I will go back soon and later change it. But let's see. The hair, the anatomy, the composition, one would need a good enough understanding of traditional drawing to make something like this. Also, for the perspective. Yeah, I can say so. Maybe, I'm not sure about this too much, but certainly the composition is really interesting. That's what I was saying about the black, where there's this black line here to more emphasize this character. They're the brightest thing in the art. And the black also helps separate the wall to remove the divide between too sharp. Oh, hold on. The black also helps separate the wall to remove the divide with being too sharp. There we are. Yeah, I can see it. We're two different areas, and this also kind of makes it feel like there is a corner here without actually being a corner. There's no line to show that there's a corner. And, maybe we can say as well the dithering has a style. It's wavy. There's also a circle, a large circle. There's multiple circle. Yeah, hold on. We'll say lighting is in circle layers of dithering. D-I-T-T-R-I-N-G. I would say that as well, where the different layers as you get closer and further away, multiple circles that keep going and getting bigger and bigger. And the light sources are also balanced on both left and right. Yep. The overall light feel. And it's interesting, the ghost is glowy, right? They had a whole particle effect you can see, and it feels very spectral. It has that ghosty feel, and that's something I want to try to see if we can understand more of, as I think that's the hardest part that comes to drawing a ghost, is figuring out how to add that aura of what a ghost has, where it's see-through and it's spirity looking, as you can do. There's right ways to do it and there's confusing ways to do it, but overall I think these are lovely notes. Thank you for contributing. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. Here we are, and from there let's go back to our planning screen, shall we? Okay, so we talked about pixel art of the day. Let us talk about resources. Let me go ahead and go here. I should be able to bring you into here. Then I should be able to do exclamation STUDY. There you go. And I should also be able to do this for here. So if you didn't know, I have a website. It is irisezra.com. And on here, I try my best to provide resources for people that want to do just game development stuff in general. So anything related to it, be it programming, art, music, or things of the sorts. And on here, it's mostly pixel art. However, I've been trying to do more things. But if you go to resources here, you can see we have covered many topics in the past. If we're trying to get started with pixel art, you can see this guy right here. It should give you a list. It should give you a list of different channels you can go to, different links, different programs to consider, things of that nature. So if you have questions there, want to have questions on how to get started, that is there. And could you zoom closer to the mirror? Sure. Hold on. Here. Let's see. Mirror guy right here. There you go. Isn't it pretty? The glint. They have a really good understanding, I think, of lighting too. Let me go back to the sky. And go back to here. Yep. So the topic of today is ghosts. And whenever I do these studies, I try my best to do them based on what I have here. So I upload anything I can find, any resources I can gather up. You can see that's the YouTube stream there. And then from there are these websites. And now, usually I have a playlist of YouTube videos I find that relate to the topic. But for this one, it was really difficult to find ghost related things. So I don't have a playlist, which is, I'm surprised about. But, you know, sometimes that's just how it is. So hopefully this stream will help people in the future with figuring out how to get started with drawing ghosts. And I would have added a slightly green glow to the sides of the bigger mirror. That's something to consider. It certainly is. You can see on here website Pedro. This is the guy I usually like going to. He offers kind of gifts depending on what you're looking for, and they're nice in the sense of if you're more of a visual learner, having the gifts and a bit of an animation to them makes them nice and easy to understand. We also have up here a sprite resource. Now, it was a question earlier about what size the pixel art was. Not a lot of people know this. Well, not a lot of people know this website, the Spiders Resource. It's a lovely website you can go to get assets from old games, and it's helpful in the sense of you're able to solve that question of how big something is. And it's important because if you're trying to recreate something like that pixel art of the day, you have to know the size to get started. And what we have here are some video game examples that have ghosts in them. So all of these are pixel art games that have ghosts in them. If I click on this guy here, Loop Hero, for example, you can see, where are some ghosts? There's a ghost here, right? And if, for example, you click on this Frog King guy, what you can do is click download the sheet, and then from there, you can bring it into your pixel art program of choice. I use Aseprite, so let me bring you into my Aseprite. And then from there, what you can do is, hold on, there we are. What you can do is drag and drop that download guy. So this guy here, And then if I zoom in, right, you can see it's 1-to-1 for the pixels. That means I can exactly tell how big this sprite is. It is 45 wide by 38 tall, which means if I ever want to make a sprite like this and know the exact size, I can. It helps a lot. And life-saving website plus low spec. Oh yeah, I do recommend low spec on there. I certainly do. Low spec and all the things. So let's see. Let's go back to this guy here. Here. And it's just different different video games that have ghosts and monsters in them. If I go down here to itch.io, it's something similar. If you're a game dev, you probably know about this website. You can upload your games to it, and you can also download sprites to put in your game. But not what a lot of people don't do or don't tend to do is that they don't use it for studying. So like with the Sprites resource, what you can do is go to, say for example, one of these guys down here, right? And download it to also use it as reference for figuring out what you like, what you don't like, and why you like it. Let me go ahead and delete these guys up here. Yep. And since I didn't have much reference to look at when it came to ghosts, I had to get a little bit creative. And down here, I have additional links that link to more so just lore, things that if you're a reader and you like reading and learning about things, maybe these websites can inspire you in terms of getting ideas. And what website is it? Hold on, Psychedelic Kitten. You can go here. For everything I'm looking here, you can go right there. And these guys, Pokemon, and the idea is that right there are these ghost Pokemon, and if I click on, oh, hold on, ghost type, there we are. If I click on this guy, I can go to his entries, and maybe reading these guys will help me figure out ideas on how I want to make my ghost. Or maybe I can click on this here. I think this is like a booking website, and if you go down here, there's all this lore about ghosts, so maybe these can give you ideas on how you want to draw your ghost and why. I thought that might be helpful, so I left all of these guys down here at the bottom. Last but not least, as I think we'll need these, I have a free character template that you can download. And that's what that link there is. And maybe we'll see if we can turn these guys into ghosts and see how that goes. As what would their ghostly versions be? You can download this here, and it is 100% free. I try my best to link to everything that is free that I can find. But let's see maybe along the way if we can turn this guy into a ghostly form of himself. I think that could be a lot of fun. And hi, Egg06T. Welcome to stream. I haven't seen that name before. Welcome. Hi. Let's see. And Pokemon Gen 1 sprites are beautiful. There's so many good Pokemon sprites. They're very pretty. I could only find, let's see, Ruby and Sapphire and Black and White, but there's tons of sprites that are just pretty. And hi, Toak. I'm scared. You shouldn't be. I'm telling you. Nothing to be scared about. So let me go back to planning here. Lovely. I always study them. I do want to do some studies on them, especially the shading. I think their shading is just lovely. Colored shading, there's also black shading on them, which is just super pretty. And let me go back to here. If I go ahead and do exclamation Discord there, and I also do it and paste it here. If you'd like to participate in the study, so if you happen to draw along with me, that's something of ghost, you can, well, at the end of stream, you can see down there the community review. What I'll do is I believe, unhide you here. Yep. At the end of stream, I will go here. You can see the Pixelart study with me. I click this guy, and these are the previous studies we've done in the past. For this guy here, it's the ghost study. So I'll go through here, and if anyone's posted art in this area here, we'll take a look at it and see if anyone's participated along. So that's an option for you too, if you'd like to opt in on that sort of thing. Let me go ahead and hide this guy here, and that's me. Was that you? And oh,
Totally subscribed for a total of 5 months, Baby Rage.
Thank you, Toak. Baby Rage. I'll have to turn that up. I think it's a little bit too quiet, but thank you for the subscription. Welcome back. Let me turn that up like that. And Waffle. Yep. And I consider joining? Yep. No worries. It's not a thing you have to do if you don't wanna. So let me go ahead and hide this guy here and move this guy here. Alrighty. So we've talked about Pixelart of the Day. We talked about resources. Now let me give you a bit of recap and a little bit of background. And Waffle, are you hold on. Waffle, welcome. Waffle. I believe I just got a message earlier. Are you being by any chance? And hello, adrenaline girl. Huh? I wish I had adrenaline. And hi, welcome back, Malphabit, by the way. Welcome back. And this stream feels like sitting in a class and studying. Sounds like fun. I'm glad. Welcome, Vanna Pixel. Welcome. And Senna is sorta. I will give a heads up to anyone who's possibly joining. I have barely any idea what I'm doing, and I am no teacher. The idea behind these is that I have no idea what I'm doing. You have no idea what you're doing. So because we both are very clueless, let's try seeing if we can learn and understand together. It's like going into a library, sitting down at one of those desks in the corner and passing notes between each other. That's the feel I'm going for. Not a sitting in the back clash and, oh, I don't know why it did that there. I'll have to get rid of that bot. It's not supposed to do that thing. And also laughs a lot for whatever reason. I tried to get very serious, all right? I've done more calm thoughts and feelings, and also laughs. Oh, I did that. And this is an advanced masterclass, but the teacher's nice. And hi, Reedy. I do appreciate that, Tilak. And I'll have to take my leave for now. Happy spriting. Thank you, Paranoid Pumpkin. Thank you. Alrighty, with all of that said, let me go ahead and go back to Aseprite, and let me go to draw. And scribbling on paper during class. I was always the kid that almost fell asleep, but I was very much a straight A student. I couldn't handle not having straight A's. It was a perfectionist thing. Oh, hold on. Let me where are we at? I need to open up you. Okay, so something we've done in the past initially was that we did a study back a while ago, maybe months ago, where we made a tile map. And the idea behind this tile map is that it was supposed to be a dungeon. And I decided on a theme of a well. If I go into PRF here, just to get you caught up to speed so you get the feel I'm going for, and let me go here, zoom out a smidge, and go all the way to here. The idea behind this tile map was thinking of like maybe some sort of dungeony area, mossy, overgrown, magical spirit of the well under the room. Came up with this whole backstory where the idea is that there are these children who have taken the well spirit so they give, coins to the well, and the well grants their wishes. They've taken that well for granted, and the well spirits come to collect their souls, and now the main character has to go down there, get their soul taken, and save all the children. And from that idea was this tile map study is what we did. Let me go back to draw. This was the final tile map, and this was the little main character we ended up doodling. And finding creepy farming type art has been hard to find as well. Spooky's so spooky, I tell you. I can't do horror, so this is gonna be a little tricky for me. I like cute horror. So if you're expecting scary, I might not be the person for you. And maybe not a teacher, but definitely a study group coordinator. Yeah. I'll take that much. I'll take group coordination. And from there, we've also done a monster study. So we did these guys, and these guys have also been added to our little dungeon. We have a little zombie here, a little slime, and a little skeleton man. Now, a while back, so a little bit after we did these guys, but a little bit before we did these guys, I created the well spirit, the creature that takes your soul. And this was my first iteration of them. So what I'm hoping is, by the end of stream, we'll be able to create a new well spirit and a new little soul spirit of her soul getting taken. And I just want a creepy, not horror. So I can study the colors and stuff. Interesting. I didn't consider creepy and horror not being the same thing, but that makes a lot of sense. Yeah, I can see it. I tried to make her very watery, and I added coins in her chest because of, the watery well feel. And a long time ago, I did a water study. So if we go back to PRF just really quickly. What I mentioned before at the beginning of stream is that I wanted to possibly see about doing another water study. The first time I did it, I based my water off of Genshin. So this was me taking a look at Genshin Waterfall and then creating my own water off of Genshin. And that's why it has kind of these bubbles to emulate the watery feel. And to get this character, to create this character design, I'm moving you all over the place with the screen. Back and forth. Let me click on this guy here. What I did was, and I'm showing this as I think a lot of people want to know how to get started with drawing characters, so I thought this would be fun and handy information to see. If I go ahead and click on these guys here, yep, there we go. So what I did first is I just blobbed in some characters. I tried to think, okay, well, spirit, what are some poses? I just took one color and then tried to figure out the eyes and the positioning. From there, I then decided on a sketch and a feel, trying to figure out the eyes, trying to figure out the emotion. And from there, let's see, we have this guy here. Yep, I decided on this guy. And I'm good at making horror stuff, so maybe I can help. Oh, how very sweet. We went with this. Well, I went with this. And then I added flat colors, right? And hi, chat. Hi, Eris. Hi, Devil Art. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. I created a flat base for the colors. And then I added added the effects. And that was that for this character. So, because the sprite is so big, this is, I believe, my biggest sprite to date. It is, I think, 126 by 128 by 128. My biggest sprite to date. I'm hoping we can maybe go just a little bit smaller and see how that turns out. And hi, Rodrigo. I think I said your name earlier, but I just want to double check. So I'll say it again, just to be on the safe side. Welcome. And hi, Giraffe. Welcome to you as well. And Flappa Afton. Welcome. you to you. And hi, Wit. welcome, everyone. Hi. Alright. So many names and so many faces. I'm really happy to see it all. I hope you all enjoy. So, saying all of that, and let me go ahead and save. What we have to look at is, if we go back here, there are some different monsters from different games. I just wanted to take a brief overlook first to see what we have, see the options of Ghost, and maybe see if there's one that catches our eye, as I think there's a lot of different ways you can draw a ghost. And because of that, I think there's a lot of different directions, and depending on if you're going for spooky or horror or what was it again? Hold on, creepy. Yeah, you could go creepy cute, things of that nature. And how's it going? It's going great. I'm really excited, though I'm not sure how this is gonna go. So we'll see. I'm currently making a cafe that is based around a necromancer. So that's one of the reasons why I'm trying to do horror theme or a ghost, since I plan to have ghost in my game. So this is something near and dear to my heart that I hope to get a little bit better at, but it's not supposed to be scary, it's supposed to be cute and creepy, that sort of feel. So let's go ahead and look at some games. Let's start off with Pokemon Black and White. These are actual Pokemon, I believe. I don't have the names up here, but what I was just trying to do, and what I want you to take into consideration if you're just kind of looking at these, taking all of their ideas is how do they do the ghost thing? For example, usually with ghosts, there's maybe an outline, and you can see here, right, for this creature, there's a solid outline of the ghost spectral feel, and they have red eyes, and there's some teeth. Maybe that's how ghosts are done sometimes. And actually, you know what? Let me add PRF here, and I'll do some notes. I think that would be very handy to do. Let me make this guy small. Maybe make it a little smaller. Let me go ahead and zoom out here. I will copy you. And we'll paste you here. Yep. Paste you there. And maybe like that. And then make you a little smaller. So maybe I'll put you here. Actually, I'll put you here. That way we can see the names of the games. And what is this? Oh, okay. So something ghosts often have. Let's see. Notes. Yep. Okay. Red eyes. Red eyes. There's also sometimes like an outline. I've seen, and we'll just put on here, maybe like white, blue. There's also here black. I've also seen red eyes, and big smile. I think those are things that are resembling of ghost. So I'll put these on here for now, and we'll keep going. Let me move this guy here. Okay, so there's also Pokemon White, which are some more creatures. Again, I see the red eyes, right? We have maybe some wavy cloth, I see. And what is the name on the reference window? This reference window guy here is called Puref, P-U-R-E-R-E-F. If I do on here, this guy, it should tell you the programs that you're seeing on screen, the programs that I'm using. Let me go ahead and click here, and I need to do, where you at? I need to pin you. Yep, always on top, lovely. It's a big smile. I'm also seeing maybe torn clothing. Torn clothing. Right, this guy kind of has torn clothing. It's very wavy. I think this one kind of had it, but this one more so. Maybe adding a skull. There's the red eyes again. Maybe red eyes, red eyes, or maybe red/black eyes. I could see that being a thing. /black. So I'll put that on here. And I find that most monsters that you cannot completely see are the most scary. That's true. Usually, and that's why people like Eldritch so much, is the idea of the fear of the unknown. And can you repeat the name, please? P-U-R-E-R-E-F. If you click on that link there, it should bring you to a link to the program. But it is... Oh, there you go. That's the name. And yeah, more torn clothing, right? Maybe torn clothing. It's also wavy in the wind. Wavy in the wind is what I'm seeing. Wind. All right. Let's see, what other attributes are we noticing? Again, wavy, we have kind of clothing, we have the big smile, red eyes, big smile, red eyes. Nikki, no worries, I hope you find it fun. It is also free too, which is always a big bonus. Let's see, now for this one, also big sharp teeth, maybe angry eyes. But for you, that outline can also maybe be a smoky form. So put on here, smoky form. There we go. And big eyes again, right? And menacing little thingy teeth. That's very cute. And hi, Chairman of Gaming. Welcome to stream. Hello. And Aseprite, nice. Oh yeah. Aseprite is lovely. I don't know where I'd be without it. Probably very, very lost. But welcome to stream. Let's see. All right. For Pokemon Ruby and Sapphire, what do we have? Anything different? No, oh, noticeably different. Nothing too much I can say. The technique is different, but I'm just looking for more or less right now ghost attributes. And sup, crazy octopus lady? Hold on now, Zero. I am not crazy. Let's start there, right? I am very sane. But welcome back, Mr. Rube. Yeah, I'd say just, again, big teeth, big mouth. We also have on here Loop Hero. That was the one I was looking at earlier. And what do we see for these guys? I would say they kind of have a very scary feel, very spooky, right? What's something you notice, or just the feel of it? I'd say, well, for these guys at least, for Loop Hero, low colors. And also the eyes are lacking. There's no eyes. I'll put on here, no eyes. No eyes is also an option, right? And only crazy about 8-bit art. I'm crazy about these sales. Get them now. Before they fly off the shelves. And let's see. I can't really see the face here. Makes it scary. Yeah, no eyes. Not a lot of features. Maybe that is something to consider. Not a lot of features. Features. Leaves a lot to the IMAGINETION. Imagination? There we go. Yep. Leaves a lot to the imagination, I can say. And that's for these guys. Yep. Great. There's also Cursed and Chaos here. Now, I believe these are more on the silly side. Yeah. Look at these guys. Again, it's spelling. Woo! I tried my best to spell, but sometimes it doesn't work. We have the classic Reaper, right? Red eyes, that's something we noticed. Again, with the cloth. The cloth isn't torn, which is interesting. And hi, octopus lady. Hi. I believe it was Sharky. It's not saying Sharky, it's like 5H4RK, but I believe Sharky. So welcome back to stream. Hi. And that ghost is almost like Pac-Man. Yeah, it's got a Pac-Man-y feel, I can't say. It's kind of just a blob. Yeah, and notice again, right? Red eyes. There's some common features. And if the cloth, right, torn cloth, wavy in the wind, sometimes the cloth's white. So we'll put on there like we'll put here, like white cloth. There we are. Your classic ghost, I'd say. There we are. And remember the #1 rule to being crazy. It's okay to talk to yourself. It's okay to argue with yourself. If you start losing the argument, there's the problem. I didn't know those were the rules for insanity. And I love the blob ghost. He is adorable. There's 2 of them. There's a little mini guy here and a big guy. And I think they're really interesting. Next up, we have Stardew Valley. If I zoom out a little bit. Now, for these guys are a little on the less scary side. And Curse and what now? I thought that was absent in here. Curse and, yeah, I don't know what that word is. Curse and Curious. Never heard of it. For Stardew Valley, these are more of your typical ghost, I guess I would say. For the more humanoid ghosts, maybe you can say they're more humanoid, but these kind of blue. I think that's the difference. So I'll put here Stardew Valley. I think that's just something to note. Stardew Valley, the ghosts are just blue ghosts, blue and white ghosts. But it just looks like he's tinted, so I'll put blue plus white. Yep, blue plus white ghost. And are you a genius by any chance? Very detailed learning. Am I a genius? I do have a higher than average IQ. I can't know the number. I don't remember the number. But by no means am I a genius. Not one bit. I'll say that much for sure. And cool colors? Yeah, aren't they? Well, literally cool colors. It looks like Sleepy Santa. Yeah, I'm not sure if you showed me this, if I would think 101. So hi. I'm not sure if you showed me this, if I would think ghost. Under certain circumstances, I can see it, yeah. But I am also getting more so Santa-y vibes. I can see it. And the number's too high to remember. Oh, no. It's a number. I just can't remember the number. Oh boy. For these guys here, I would say they're more along the lines of like the torn clothes, right? Maybe more so blob. That's the feel they're going for. And it's over 9,000. Oh man, can you imagine? That sounds like a headache. And higher than average, HM, so anything over 10. I didn't realize that was... I don't know the scales. I wouldn't be able to tell you. But I can say, right? For this guy here, the black guy is kind of a shadowy figure. That adds to that feel of the unknown, not a lot of features. So yeah, this is the feel I'm getting for ghosts, and I'm understanding it. And I want to know who decided that 101 means tutorial. I do like my Mia 101. Alright, next up we have Octopath Traveler. I think this one is interesting to notice as, if you saw this, right, would you consider that a ghost compared to the Stardew Valley guy? If I just move this guy over here and move you up here, right, he's bigger in size. These are smaller. But would you consider these ghosts? I think these are more ghostly than the grandpa, if I'm looking at them. And why, I guess, is the next question to ask, right? Why do I think these guys feel like ghosts compared to this guy? And my guess maybe is because maybe there's a lot of white in this compared to this guy here. This is more cool. It's a lot cooler. For example, their face is very bright, and there's a lot of brightness here, a lot of brightness here. For his face, there's not hitting me as hard, I guess, the high contrast possibly. And I feel like those are more recently dead sprites, dead spirits, while Grandpa just looks like he's in a darkroom setting. I can see it, maybe he's just been in the icebox a little bit too long and now he's just emerging. But I can say, yeah, recently dead sprites. So maybe, right, that contrast of blue and white. So I'll put down here, high white, and let's check too, right? Let's do a check. If I scroll out here, right, and I just copy this guy, and I'll do a new layer here, paste this guy, so we have sprite 1, and then let me go back to Stardew Valley. Let me do you here, so copy you. Oh, if it lets me, copy you here. And these guys look more like holograms. Interesting. Would you feel like holograms are more ghosty-like? I have seen, and I'll scroll out, remember that reference I was talking about earlier from Saint 11? Do you see that name there? They have hologram / ghost. So maybe the methods are pretty similar, as this could be a hologram, I can see it, but I can also see it ghost here as well, as yeah. Could be hologram, could be ghost, depending on how you do it. I can certainly see it. And hi, by the way, Check. Welcome to stream. And those are great tutorials, they really are. I love having them just up here, just so I can see them and remember them. And it's the learning that makes me come here, but the goofiness of this octopus lady that makes me stay, I swear. I'm telling ya, I try not to do the ha-has, very serious, and tentacles for the ghost. Hold on, let me zoom out here. These guys, I'm guessing these tentacles aren't supposed to be tentacles. If I had to guess, right? It's that torn cloth feel that they were going for, but maybe it just comes off as more tentacles. Let me scroll back to our notes here. And what I wanted to do was just do a quick test to see about colors. If I scroll out here, paste this guy, what I wanted to do is look at the contrast. I think that's what I'm thinking. If I go to sprite, replace colors, no, FX, no, adjustments, yeah, okay. If we turn down the brightness, what happens? Nope, that's not what I want to do. If I hide Stardew Valley, nope. Let me grab you here, yep. And then, let's see, there's this effect we can do, which is turn off the colors, and that's the one I want to do. Let's see, adjustments, hue and saturation. If I turn the hue down, nope. But what is it again? I know there's a setting, saturation. Ah, here we are, lovely. That's the one I'm looking for. And wait, are you trying to be serious in this study? Dead serious, perhaps? Terrible, 0 out of 10. Awful, no good, very bad. Oh, I double applied it. Cancel, go back. And then redo, okay. So if we go here, right? Looking at the contrast, and without the ghostly feel, or without the colors, do they look similar now? And let me slide this over a little bit so it's a little bit more visible to see. Both their faces are bright, and this guy's face is bright. His hair, if we maybe take away the hair to make it a little bit more fair, since this guy has a cap on, but, you know, we'll look at it as we see it. The beard, I guess, is the difference. The beard and the clothing aren't very bright compared to this guy's clothing that is bright. So maybe lots and lots of highlights, I would say. And is that the Final Fantasy Tactics Knight? Looks like it. Nope. This character, I'm guessing maybe you're talking about this character. This character's from Octopath Traveler. This guy up here. And then this Santa guy is from Stardew Valley. And the color really makes you believe it's a ghost in these. I definitely think the colors, but I think maybe it's the highlights, the high white highlights. As I feel like this guy has a lot more highlights than the Santa guy, right? And okay, right, similar. I've never heard of Final Fantasy Tactic Knight, so I'll have to look into that later. But welcome, by the way, Rune Sun. Welcome to stream. Let me go ahead and save that, as if any more Pixelart games I can find, I will certainly have a look at them. It's always really interesting to look at different sprites, as we're doing right now, from different styles, things of that nature. And what will you call the ghost? The Bitegeist? I don't have an official name for the ghost. Maybe we can think of something when we get there. Let me go ahead and hide Octopath Traveler here. Let me go ahead and hide you and you. Yep. Okay, so continuing on, or no, reveal Octopath Traveler. Here we are. Next up is Terraria Ghosts. Kind of the same thing, right? We have the white and red black eyes, but oh, we have a new one. There also seems to be white eyes. We have black eyes, we have the cloth feel, the spooky feel, all right? There's the blue and there's the faded look. Okay, all right. That seems to be what we have on here. There are some other things. We have Undertale Ghost up next. If I scroll up here. Now these guys, I think they're interesting because they're a lot different from any of the other ones we've seen, right? In the fact that they're 2 colors. That's it. We have black and white and then black and gray. What would you say is interesting about these ghosts that makes them ghosts? If you were to look at these guys in a game and think, would you think ghost or would you think something else? And that's not a ghost, it's a very handsome ice sculpture. I can see it being out of ice, yeah, depending on the context, but I can certainly believe these are ghosts. I'd say maybe because, right, there's no color or anything, maybe in the sense the shape, the design of the creature itself gives off that feel. I can certainly feel that there's maybe a haunting sort of feel. It's spooky in the sense of being unknown. It's got that whole eldritch thing going for it. So maybe, and hold on, let me do it here. Blob, yep, move you up here so I can see. I'll put here, what's the word I'm looking for? It's to describe something that's exaggerated. EXX, nope, that's not how you spell it. AGRAD, DD, maybe exaggerated. Proportions, PROPORTIONS. That's certainly not proportions. Let me, go ahead and figure out the... Okay, proportions is right. Exaggerated. I don't believe that's right. No, it's EXAGGERE. Hold on.
Runasun just followed.
AGGERATED. Okay. And thank you for the follow, by the way. Let me get the name. Name. And did the notification pop up? Let me move that to the top. There we are. Okay. The name of the person was... Runesun. Thank you for the follow. And hyperbole? I think it could be, right? I forget what hyperbole means, but it sounds right. And let's see. Actually, these are not ghosts. These are terrible experiments of victims. But they're the ghosts of the victims, or no? I guess, yeah, in a way. But I could see them also as being ghosts. They're haunted spirits that can pass away. And the shadow ones of the purple just look like a monster to me. Interesting. Interesting. I do think those are something to consider. But yeah, I'm now thinking about it, right? These are monstrous creatures that I can certainly see. But I also think they could go under ghosts in a way. They're kind of spirits that aren't there. That's definitely some things of technicalities and actuallys. But just again, something to consider. So let's see. Shovel Knight is up next. Let me go ahead and scroll out here. Now, Shovel Knight has quite the multiple sprites up here. If we go up to here, the colors and things that they use are different from the other guys. We have that classic blue that usually gets used, right? It's kind of a classic blue, the bright blue, that I think is interesting. They use those forms, and let me zoom out a little bit. Like the other ones we've seen, in the sense of we have that clothy feel, we have the outlines, we have the big mouth that they seem to use. They like to use the wide faces as well. This ghost that's a person, they also seem to have these sort of attributes. So I think there's some similarities here that we can certainly take away. And if I'm going over here, yep, just dead. They feel dead. But why do they feel dead? Because they feel unnatural. Why do they feel unnatural? I think one of the reasons is the coloring, and that it is... Some of it has a lack of coloring, maybe, in the sense of there's just this one eye here. He looks dead. He does. And let's see. Hyperbole. Saying a ridiculous phrase. Yeah, over-exaggerate something. Yep, that's what I thought it was. Example, the car is as big as a whale. Yep, I do remember that. For this one here, I thought it was interesting to consider. I think this is when this lady gets, like, maybe not purified, but when you're able to send her to along her way. And blue for cold, yeah, blue for cold, not lack of emotions, but just lack of life. There we are. All the life gets sucked out of you. And this is maybe as she's ascending. So maybe she turns from a ghost into like maybe a spirit. I can see that as being it, as this is when her haunterly form. And again, we're seeing those wispy bits at the bottom to suggest that there is a ghostly figure. Next up, or last but not least, the one I've been looking forward to explaining, as this game has a lot of them. But they're very big, but very pretty. I'm sure you like them. And I remember there being a bunch of cartoony ghosts in the Binding of Isaac. I can compile a sheet like these in 20 minutes if that could be helpful. That could certainly be checked, 100%. Is it on Spriter's resource? Let me just double check. Spriter's resource. Binding of Isaac. I think it might be. Oh, my ears! I forgot that sound. Oh my. That's gonna have to be updated.
Rika Leon Tiger rated with 10 viewers.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome. Is it Rick Alienator? welcome to stream, and thank you again, and hello to the castle walls. Welcome. Hi, everyone. I hope you had a lovely stream. Rika, I hope you had a lovely stream. And oh, hold on. I remember I have to do slash, right? And then it's SHOUT, and then RICALIEOEN. Oh, and then DIDR. Like that? Did I do it? I did it. Lovely. Welcome again. And thank you. And hold on. What was that sound? There was another one. Let me just double check. It was hydrate. Good to go. Okay, hydrating. What we're doing right now is looking at some game sprites of ghosts. And then from there, once we finish looking at these guys, we'll try to draw our own ghosts. That's the goal. And height slander. Funny enough, I get told I'm very short all the time, which is not true. So I can feel your pain on that one. Let me get some water here. Tasty. Hi there, Barney. Hi, Dark. As you can see, slander right there, and FIYI, you can do @ when starting the name in commands like that. Oh, really? Oh, interesting. 9'12". At least I get told I'm taller. Saying that, for those that are just joining in, what we're doing is we're looking at some sprites of old games that have been in the past, and the hope is that I'll be able to redo the sprite that I've done in the past into a more ghostly style. She's supposed to be a ghost of the well. You can see the water feel and also the coins on the chest, and the hope is that she can look more like a ghost, because right now I don't think she looks like a ghost. So we're going to try to more so ghostify her and also ghostify her. And are you from space too? Pleasure to meet you and everyone. Hi, Professor Nerdtendo, and indeedy, I am a space. I'm an Eldritch Princess. I am a game dev and a pixel artist. I try to cover all things game dev related. And in this case, we're doing ghosts because I'm making a ghostly game. And let's see, me writing notes like crazy. I will post them after editing later on this thread for sharing and comparison and for finding. Lovely. Thank you, Ignoron. Saying all of that, we were just about to go over the game Ragnarok Online. Yep. And let's see. And looks like the lady of the sprite, not gonna lie, seems like a cool backstory. Thank you. I'm glad you think so. I tried my best with the knowledge I had, and I'm glad it gets it across.
Eugene 1234
Mr.
just
Gene.
followed.
Thank you for the follow, and welcome to stream. And game dev, Pixelart, Ghost Game, Princess, Space, follow. To those of you that are curious, I'll do this. NECRO.
Professor Nerdtendo just followed.
If you're interested in the game I'm currently creating, that's it right there. Necrotype. It'll have a necromancer. It's a cafe game, and the idea is that you're a necromancer and you have to banish ghosts as you're serving customers. Hence why we're trying to figure out some designs for the ghosts. But for right now, since I don't even know what I want the ghost to look like, we're gonna just upgrade my current ghost and then figure out what we're gonna do about the game later. But again, welcome to stream, everyone, and thank you again. Hold on, let me double check for the name. The name was, I can't find it. The name was, I forgot. My apologies. Rika. I remember, Rika. Thank you again, and I hope you have if you gotta hop off, I certainly understand. Saying all of that, let us get back. And Bobby never changes. Bobby is forever, this little guy. This lady right here. Now, I believe the file said she was water, but I feel like, while she does have that watery feel, I can certainly see her also being what's the word I'm looking for? I can certainly also see her being maybe slime, but also ghost. I feel like these could be bed sheets. With the way some of them look, I'm getting ghostly feel. Not just ghostly, also water. And how long have you been doing the game dev thing? And did you have an art background already? Never mind, reading about me. No worries. What was I thinking? I don't remember. My art background, 3 years of pixel art. However, it's been on and off. Only recently have I picked up pixel art again, so about a year straight of pixel art recently. But it's been on and off over the past few times. And
Crumble just followed.
Too. Oh, Crumble Bunt, is that how you say it? Welcome to stream. Okay, so what I'll say about this lady is, well, we've already seen it, right? Kind of torn clothing, but also kind of, what would you say? She has those white highlights like we've talked about before. Let's see. I guess I would say wispy, but I think we already have wispy. Maybe white cloth, wispy. I'll put wispy on there, and this is interesting. I'm glad you think so. For this guy here, right, we have that kind of smoky form again, which is interesting. And remember, these are all from the same game. All love, and let me hide this just so there's no confusion. All these guys are from the same game, so just keep that in mind. This guy here, kind of again, right, wispy. We have those eyes that are red and black. For this guy, we have that black eyes, and maybe you could call it, and also the form of the sheet was just interesting again. So I'm seeing a pattern here from notes we've already taken and notes we're just looking at. Again, here we have some torn clothing, just the feel of a reaper. There's a black face, so that lack of, what's the word I'm looking for? Lack of information, but not a lot of features. Keep going here, let's see. We have another wispy looking guy. Not a lot of features here, no clothing. However, it's just that thing of just body. He has yellow eyes, which is interesting. I haven't seen yellow. Maybe you can consider it white. Maybe because his body is white, they made it yellow. I could certainly see that, but I'll add yellow here. I think it's worth adding. From here, we have... Oh! Now, look at this creature. Isn't it scary? If you're still here, Psychedelic Kitten, what do you think about this one? Let me zoom out a little bit, as there's multiple sprites for this guy. I thought this was very creepy. There was multiple of these. This guy, lots of them, but I think it goes back to the exaggerated proportions, and I really do need to meet that bot. Is there a way to ban it? Can I ban it? Time out. Ban. There we are. There you go. I'll have to figure out those settings later. I was messing with them, and they didn't work out. All right, so let's see. Exaggerated proportions in the sense of big mouth, and I think that adds to the creepy feeling. And how did you get my baby pics? Very silly. Again, here we have, right, smoky form. Not a lot of things on it, which makes it have that creepy feeling, but I think this one's a little bit nicer in the sense of it doesn't feel scary, it feels sad. And even this here feels sad. But since the ads are coming, I'll let them do their thing and then we'll get back to it. How many more of these guys do we have to do? Just double checking. Not too many left. There's still tons, but not quite a lot. Let me go ahead and have the ads do their thing while I get some water. And you're banning Ko-Fi bot. Hi, voyeur. welcome back. I believe I've seen that name before. That's why I'm saying welcome back. Maybe I haven't seen it. Maybe I'm thinking of another V name. For the moment, I don't really like the guys that, well, I don't really like the things sending the messages. So I don't want it to spam it. And hello! hello, Kenneth. Welcome back to stream. Alrighty, let me get that water. I found this panda creature to be very scary, that is for certain. I feel like if you walked up to him, well, you wouldn't want to walk up to him. It's scary. Very scary. Very creepy. Let me get some lemonade too while we're waiting for the ads to do their thing. Let me go ahead and move this guy up so I can see a little bit better. Dismiss you there. Yep. And we should be good to go. Alright, let me get some more lemonade. So tasty. And how will chatters know they can give you money through Ko-Fi on? How dare you? For advertising, you know, I try my best to be on the down low. So I don't really enjoy the bots that just say, hey, come do this thing. Did you know about this thing? I'd rather it just become knowledge as we go along in things instead of just, hey, listen. That's my preference. So the bot doing that, I'm thinking to myself, don't like it, don't want it here. And let me make a reminder here for you every 30 minutes. Oh man, can you imagine? And to do the bot's work, the bot will be out of a job. I don't think it'll appreciate it. Let me move this up here a little bit as we're still waiting on the ads. Let me slide this over. Oh, if it'll let me, slide you over here. You about there, save ya. And don't forget to install NordVPN. All the cool kids are installing McAfee. Oh boy. And hey, listen, having Navi flashbacks. That's exactly why I did it. Let me slide this over just a little bit more. Save the sky. Ads are about 30 seconds until. I'm just messing with the settings until we get something I don't quite like. And hello, chatter. Do you have 1 second to hear the word of airs coming? Now you make it sound like I'm starting a cult. I would never. Not ever. Not once. But since the ads are we making great Shadow Legends? Today's sponsor. Oh boy. Oh man, there's too many jokes. And aren't mods for advertising? The mods on the stream and Arsenal airs his music discounts. A place to study and chat. And I don't know about joining Pixelart cult. Oh man. here, I assure you. But welcome everyone back from the ads. So let us continue. Now, this creature here, I mean, the name of the game is a necromancy cafe. Yes, yes. However, you know, we're all sane individuals who think for ourselves. For this creature here, I think it would represent, right? And we all worship our king. I'll have you know I'm a princess. Let's see. I would consider this blobby form, right? In the sense of maybe smoky, but it also looks like it has some muscles, which is scary. I would also say the exaggerated proportions, and that sounds closest to me. Oh boy. There's none whatsoever. And hi, Oblomov. Welcome to stream. Long ago, all artists drew in peace and harmony. Then, Eris Ezra went live, and everyone's creative confidence crumbled. Only a pixel artist, master of all color palettes, could stop her. But they too had fallen to the chat. 100 years passed, and one day we found her, Eris Ezra, queen of all layers. Though her drawings were mesmerizing, she still whispers, "Wait, which layer am I on?" But I believe Eris Ezra can draw the ghost before the stream ends. Silly. And welcome back. A Fire Nation attacked. Let's see. I think the thing making this guy very unsettling, right, is this mask. If I had to guess, the mask. Because it's all one blob except for the mask. That mask is showing it up and it's saying, I am this creature, but look at it. The shading is, what about we talk about the back muscles instead, you know? It's this big, strong creature you don't want to get close to. And I can, yeah, I don't want to go anywhere near it. Let's see. For this guy here. Oh boy. It is a creative choice. I can certainly say that. Let me go back to here. This guy kind of feels like the lady in the sense of the same feel, right? The same area, the colors. However, I think it's different in the sense of, while she doesn't have arms or legs, he has arms and he has a little bit of legs. So, maybe he's more so water. I can see this one being a little bit more water. Note-taking intensifies. Many notes in the panda. I think it goes back to just the... Oh, black eyes too, right? Very important. This guy, yellow eyes. We also have that. Not a lot of details. The degree forms and the... Yeah, same thing we're seeing. For this guy here, if we scroll out a little bit, lots of detail. For this guy, it is torn clothing again for our ghosty guys. Torn clothing back here. And skull, black eyes. So this guy's maybe less a ghost. Maybe, you know what? I'm just gonna... you didn't know he was here. You didn't see him. You didn't hear him from me. This guy, it says it's a ghost, but, you look more like a skeleton with clothing on, so we're just gonna... Problem solved. And hi, oh, Blaze the Babe? Is that how you say it? And why is YouTube recommending your channel every time? Welcome to stream, but I'm sure, YouTube's not in on things, but you said every time, so have you been here before? I can't quite tell the way YouTube's names are working at the moment. There's like your name and then there's your sub-name. And right now it's showing me the sub-names with the @ so I can't quite tell, but welcome all the same. And I meant the back muscles. Many muscles. That's all the notes for all of these guys here. Oh, actually, never mind. My apologies. We have a few more guys. Now, this guy here, I would consider a ghost, but it's a friendly ghost. And I think what makes it friendly is that they add a little bit of life to the eyes. I think if we were to do, let's see, this, and this, right? That removes the friendliness. It sucks the life out of it. I've heard it before, but adding sparkles to the eyes makes it have that lifelike feel. And I think that's something to note here, is that shininess to the eyes. If we go back, let's see, no eyes, yep. And adding sparkles, adding shine makes it more lively and make them yellow, very friendly. Very Casper, I can say. Make them yellow. I don't think the yellow quite works. I don't think it has too much, not enough contrast. I'll try. Let's see. Fill you in there. Yep. Something like this. Oh, yeah. Yellow does. It looks quite nice and tiny people. Like this. I think the black, all black is very scary and very friendly. Oh yeah, very friendly. I think the colors also help as well. Let me go back a little bit. For this guy here, this kind of, it kind of goes back to, I think, the Pokemon one. We're just, right, not a lot of detail. It lets you do it for yourself. And now it's a sleep-deprived ghost. The bags under the eyes is what does it, I believe. Now let's see. This one's got that sort of also blobby feel, right? And I can only see shoulder in this. Yeah, Phil's shoulder. And all black was very cute? What do you mean? It was not cute. You be honest here, Chuck. Oh man, that was very creepy. And let's see. There's a little more here, I believe. Yep. This marionette girl is also, I would consider, a ghost. She has the pale skin, the pale hair, and I think it's interesting that what this game does in the way it shades, where there's yellow, or where there's white, there's also sometimes some yellow. They have yellow shading. This one's pink here. I think there's some other yellow shading. I did see a few. There's yellow here a bit. It's interesting in the way they play with colors. That's just design. And David, the sleep-deprived ghost, sleepiest ghost you know. Oh boy. And that's just hue shifting? No? Maybe. We have this guy here, which is like a blue, and then this yellow here. Huh? Maybe you could consider it hue shifting? I mean, for some examples, like, would you consider this green hue shifting? I think it's the color choice itself that's important. For example, you do purple here, but your highlight's not purple, it's green. Interesting. Yeah. No? Well, which no to which part exactly? Are you saying yes to this one but no to this one? I think they're selective about their colors because I wouldn't have thought to put green here, is what I'm saying, the reflection bits. Let's see if we scroll out a little bit. Also, red eyes again for ghosts. Interesting. And then for this little guy here, we have, a smile, big smile again, red eyes. Would you call this exaggerated proportions with the sticky figures and their little flimsy legs? Very interesting. Sorry, I meant yes, I'd also consider the green hue shifting. Ah, I see. Got you. Interesting. I haven't heard that take before, so that is very interesting. Let's see up here. For this guy here again, it's that part, but you call it hue shifting. Again, I can see it certainly. The pink and the yellow. And though I'm not an artist, no worries. It's lovely getting different perspectives. While I am an artist, I am not a professional artist, and even if I was, it's always good to get feedback and get different perspectives. That's why I like streaming these studies, since it's a lot of feedback. For this guy here, I think a lot of the same, right? Not torn clothing, but just the blob, and black eyes for that mischievous evil figure. And we have, I believe that's all of these guys. Let me just double check. Yep, I think that's all of them. Let me go ahead and save it. So, with all of these in mind, would you say this is a ghost? Does this fit the proportions of being a ghostly creature? And to that, I say no. I think, now that I'm looking at this, right, and with our notes, let's see. Red, black, white, yellow eyes, or no eyes. Nope. She has very clear and distinct pupils. Let me also move you up here, this little guy here. Monsters? Yep. Let me just, let me grab ya. There you go. Move you up here. What about for this one? Again, you could possibly see this as red, but I believe the intention was green. And maybe it's just someone that likes flowy clothing. Well, I do like flowing clothing. I'm a little bit guilty, but oh boy. It's the thing of, I was going for a gown, but there's certainly ways to get gown across. And the little guy, yeah, more of a wisp. Just a little head and a little wispy body. That was the feel I was going for. Let's see. Adding shine makes it more lively. Nope, that's for the eye notes. Outline, white, blue, black. No. Well, there's a bit of a white outline, but there's no white outline. Like, if I go ahead and hide all these guys and show them, and I think if I hide you, and we go here, for my outlines, if we're looking at mine, right, I have colored outlines, which is just I have the shading on top and then the lights on the bottom. And, colder. What do you mean, Zero? What exactly are you saying? I think what might suit her is having that outline of the wispier feel, like this, right? There's no outline like this. Outline where it's white, black, and blue, or a sense of just, this is a ghost, so it's got a bit of a ghostly outline. Not all of these ghosts have an outline. You could say maybe this is a sort of wispy outline. Let's see. This one is more of a wisp, you can say. Oh yeah, maybe so, maybe not. Let's go here, and let's see. Big smile or exaggerated proportions? Nope, seems human to me, which is A-okay. There's a lot of ones that are just human. Torn clothing? No, but it's wavy. I would say maybe it's wavy. White clothes, wispy? Maybe. Not a lot of features. She has tons of features. Leaves a lot to the imagination? Nope. If you get told the idea, I'm sure you can get it, but if you're looking at this, and you don't know what I'm going for, maybe not. And is this yours? Yep, I did draw this. This is my biggest sprite to date. Oh man, was she a difficult thing to do? But she is done. Yep, this is mine. and looks a bit slimy. Yeah, I think she's more slime. I was going for a well spirit with, you can see with the water and the coins, but I certainly think she doesn't look like a ghost. Yeah, more ghost-like with glob. Yep, I 100% agree. Which is why our goal is to try to give her a bit of a makeover. Using these notes and using these sprites as reference, can we make her feel more like a ghost? As I think right now, considering what we just took, right? Not a lot of features, blob. Well, she is blob, but blob not in the way we want. And blue and white. She does have some blue, she does have some white. We'll see. And maybe the well ghost is the ghost of a slime lady. Well, I've drawn ghosts before, or slime before, right? But even here, well, this was before slime study. But even this slime looks more slime than her. She looks more like, I say, jellyfish. And okay, Sigh, guess I'm gonna lock in and try to finish game for Game Jam. Wish me luck. I'm a lurk now. You got this. Best of luck to ya. I haven't participated in the Game Jam, but they're stressful. So I wish you luck, and I hope you get a lot of productivity done. It's like very important to make sure you time things out. And she looks more like a spirit than a ghost. Aren't those the same thing? Wouldn't you say? If you're looking for that. Not a monster, but a lady. Ghosts, I would say, have different categories, but ghost and spirit I can see being the same thing. Lady can be a monster? Yeah. I can see her being more of a slime monster, like that was said earlier. And I finished the ghost sheet. Should I send it over in what format? If it's a PNG, check, you can just DM it to me in Discord, and we can take a look at it. Saying all of that, though, let me go ahead and save it now. Which ghost do you think, or which ghost shapely form do you think would fit her best? We have maybe the blanket over here. We have some of these guys which have the more torn clothing. I'm thinking maybe the torn clothing would be a little bit better. And though ladies can be monsters, I understand. She's as scary as they come. I think something like this would work out a lot better. This still feels slimy, but a lot less slimy. Maybe it's the vibrant colors I used that made her feel less ghost-like, but I think something like this would feel more akin than this, as this feels certainly jellyfish-like. And let me check to see about the sent messages. All right, I got those there. Lovely, lovely. Okay, I'm ready for saving. And am I a ghost or am I a lady? I'm a lady. I'm a ghost of a lady. And torn clothes will work? Yeah. I think torn clothing is gonna be pretty important. What I'll do is I'll go ahead and copy this guy here, and we'll use it as reference. This is from the Ragnarok game. I'll go ahead and do a new layer here. I'll paste this down here now. Surprisingly enough, these are around the same size, which I did not know until putting these in here, which is really interesting. I also think making her eyes not eyes, and I gave her big lashes, and that makes her look a lot more alive than Ghost. So I definitely think that's something else, right, we can focus on. But let's see. I think another good reference would be, and so you did the ghost lady? That is amazing looking. Thank you, Weebasaurus Rex, and welcome to stream. And yep, I did. She is my biggest sprite to date. This big lady here, I did do. Let me go ahead and move this here. Let me just double check Discord. Oh, there we are. Lovely. A sprite sheet. Hold on. Let me see if I open it. Ah, lovely. Thank you for that one. Yeah, thank you, check. For these guys, we have the Wispy again. We have, well, kind of torn clothing, I'd say. We have Blob, Wispy, things we've seen before. Black eyes, Wispy, red eyes. So it seems to be we're on the right track, and your happiness is contagious. Good. The more happiness I can give, the better. Oh, I'll give so much happiness you'll get sick. Hence the contagious part. And treats herself even after death. You know, she lives a great life. And hey yo, Eris in chat. Hey yo. Oh, hey yo. Welcome. Let me go ahead and go back to here. Now, I think another one that might do her good is trying to do that torn clothing, right? The torn feel. However, that's gonna be, I feel like it might be tricky, but I think it's doable. Maybe, right? Because this is more in the watery feel. Maybe we can see about doing something with the cloth if we go here. Seeing if there's any we can possibly reference. There's torn cloth here, but for now, let's just do a figure. I think that would be a good place to start. Now, what do you think we should do? Should we do and try for the original size, or should we try to fit it in line with these guys? I will do a poll now. Let's see, /poll. Yeah, that should do the thing. There we are. Okay, question. Should it be original size, so ORIJNO size, or, what size to make Ghost? as the original size will take a lot longer, but it would be more of an update. Or should we go for more in line with other sprites? Oh, more small. There we go. And let me also do it on YouTube. Paste that there. Paste that. Oh, paste that there. And paste it there. Okay. Add. Nope, I don't want to add option. YouTube does the strangest things. There we go. Lovely. Do that. Do that. And then I should be able to do start pull here. And we'll let that do that thing. And could we make her clothes drip to give her illusion of torn clothing? I think that would be a very good idea. Yeah. Torn or dripping for the water. The hope was to do the watery feel in her clothes, if I can find her again. In the sense of this would be animated, so the water would look like it's a bubbly feel. I based her water off of when I did a water study, if I can find that guy while we're having the pole do the pole thing. So the hope was that her clothing would be animated like this. This is another pixel art drawing I've done in the past. If I can possibly make it, nope. If I can make it a little bit bigger, hold on. I will do this, and then I'll do this. Oh, wrong guy. Here we are. So a long time ago, I did a water study, and it was this guy here. So this is also my art as well. And I based it off of the Genshin waterfall. So the idea was that if animated, her clothing would have that animation of watery flowy. However, I don't think I got that quite across. However, you know, it's the thing of just trial and error. I wanted to have some sort of foamy feel because she's supposed to be a well spirit. However, I think I leaned too in on the well part and not enough on the spirit. So the hope is that we can add that more spirited feel to her, is the finger crossed hope. Let me go back into draw here. Let me scroll back here. Let me move you to make you small. Hold your horses. Hold on. There we are. And I'd love to see your take on something from Zenless. Zenless Zone Zero. ZZZ. Is that what we're talking about? I'm getting flashbacks already. Yes. Oh man, I had to put that game down. I would love to draw them, but I feel like if I started drawing for the game, I would start playing it again. And I've tried my best to swear off the game. I had too many. I had like 3 downloaded on my computer. Wake up every day and I would play it. Now let's see. Original size 100%. All right, that's for 1 vote here. And it seems to be small vote. And it's been my comfort game since February. It's a good game. It is very fun. So we'll do, well, there's original size and small size. Since there only seems to be 1 and 1 vote, I think we'll just flip a coin. That's always the easiest thing to do when there is a tie. We'll go ahead and end the poll there and end the poll there. Oh, if it lets me, it won't let me end the poll. Alrighty then. Once the poll is complete, I will finish this and then we'll get started. Very tasty. Okay. Saying all of that, if I go here, and I'll go vote on YouTube. I just ended it. Check, what's your vote? Just tell me, and I will consider it since it'll be the tiebreaker. Oh boy, oh boy. Let me go ahead and close this guy here. What would you suggest? Since there's 1 and 1. Small it is, since there was 1 and 1. We'll do small. We'll try to fit her in with the feel of this guy. And before you start drawing, I recommend taking a 5 to 10 minute break. Learning to draw and interact takes a lot of energy. 1 hour of that is like 4 hours of regular work. Interesting. I do that at least in my free time. However, a 5 to 10 minute break while streaming is what's the word I'm looking for? It kind of holds off on the things Ignoron. However, I've done these studies for 4 hour straights before, so I do have the I've grown to have the endurance of it. If you ask me to do like a 6 hour study, then we're gonna need to take a break. But usually I do 4 hours, then take a break, then 2 hours. So I've gotten to it, but I do appreciate your concern. And the 2 are small on Twitch anyway. Oh, never mind. I don't know where that second vote came from, but I'll take it. Lovely. Okay, so saying that, we'll try to put her in the game here. And if I go back to, let's see, her as a reference, I'll put this here. And as that, there we are. And we'll use, just for now, if I go here, since these are the big guys, I will hide you, tile map. Yeah, we'll hide the monsters. Oh, no, we won't hide the monsters. We'll move hide you, or, hold on, let's see. I will move you here. Yeah, go over there. I'll deal with you later. And then we'll zoom in here. And this is that new layer. Do that there. Move some guys around. Give me 1 moment. Okay. I think we're good to go now. And interesting, good to know? Yeah. There's some doctors who do study streams and they do it for like 12 hours and I don't know how they do it. That is tenacity. I don't know if I could do a complete full 12 hours. I feel like that would rip the inside of my soul. So let's see. I'll go ahead and start. So to start, I feel like figuring out a form. What I did beforehand was I had like a head here, right? And then I had the body, and then I had the body, so something like this, and then I had the legs. Now, since she's the boss character, I think it's fine to make her this tall instead of like these guys which are too tall. I think that's a-okay. So if we have like a head here, let me make this a little bit bigger. Like a head here, and then we have the body here, something like this. And this is quite a big proportion, so we'll see about exaggeration. Right now I'm just doing a sketch. Let's see. Then we had the body, so this was the, let's see, like this here. I'm trying to figure out like a vasey form, so something like that. And then I had the bit of the bottom here. And then we had the hands, so something like this, and something like this. And then I had that there, and like that there. Now I do think this bit here, I don't know what you would call it, but I think that is a good idea. I do think it adds to that feel of it being ghostly, because it feels like a, what's the word I'm looking for? It does feel ghostly. I feel like ghosts do that pose. And the intro puns is one of the most boring puns you could have chosen. Boo! I boo you. Let's see. Like an arm here, and like an arm here. Like that. Now, I can say, right, if I go and open our design or my old designs, I did come up with a few for her. Do you think another one or a different posing would fit her better? These were the initial sketches I had. I had kind of a sad one, an arms crossed one, a standing one, more, you know, if you asked me what this was, I wouldn't be able to tell you. There was this one here that was pretty haunted. Maybe this one will work a little bit better. This one's more symmetrical, and I think maybe that adds to less of a spooky feeling. Yeah, this one would just look very depressing. But this ghost is supposed to be angry and vengeful, so I didn't go with this sad one. But this one here, maybe this one would be better. Let's go back into... Let's see. This guy here, yeah. Now, her head's super big, and I think that's too cartoony, so I'm going to make the head a little bit smaller. Something like that might work. And that's just folk carrying grocery. The wrist shall be broken. They shall indeed. Let me slide this up a little bit, and I'll go ahead and copy it. Usually what I like doing before I do anything is I like starting out with the expression and the face and the eyes. So if we're trying to keep it in line with what we have originally, or at least some semblance of her, I think what would be good is to do the eyes. Now, for her eyes, what color do you think they should be? Again, because these are sketches, we don't have to worry about it too much at this moment. We can always change the colors later. But maybe what we can do is go with black. And that's literally me carrying her. I guess the point's been proven. I have to do... Oh, this is carrying groceries. I see. I thought you meant this was carrying groceries. That makes a lot more sense. Got ya. Oh man, that's even better. Let me move you back here and move you about here. Yep. Zoom you in a little bit here. Is that good? Is that readable? Let me go ahead and save ya. Let's see. So she had a frown, and I'll just use this color here for our other additional colors. She had a frown, she had an angry face. Now, since drawing the sprite, I've also done expressions as well. So we have a little bit more knowledge. Now, her angry face. This would be like the eyes, ghost eyes. Look at that. Angry ghost eye. So she doesn't look angry, does she? So, and let's see. I also gave her narrow eyes as well as eyelashes. Or is there a way we can do eyelashes for this face here? Let me scroll down a little bit. I do think there is. There's a few ways, possibly. Let's see. To start off, I think something like this here. And then maybe we can have the eyelashes kind of come down. Those look like eyebrows, don't they? So maybe like that could work out a little bit better, where she looks like she's upset. However, I don't know about the position of the mouth. Her mouth is down more. Maybe we can do that a little bit more on the bottom. Move this more here, like that. But, I think I like it like this, but she looks like she's looking up, doesn't she? So maybe more like that. And then for this mouth here, maybe you can go down, like that. Yeah. And yeah, these Giphy boys will finally have an evil ruler. They're the perfect henchman material. Get him, boss. My writer, you're right. I think he said left. Oh boy, her goons with the perfect mafia boss to put a what would it be, like the fur bow around her neck with the pearls. Get the bow on. Now she's all fancy. Let's see. I'll go ahead and do this here as yeah. There we are. So this kind of feels like the head's going more so up, right? It's kind of looking like you're looking up at the head, and maybe that's not what we want. It kind of looks up, and I don't know if I like that. Do we want a head that's looking forward like this? We go back to these guys here. This one, you're looking from the top. You look at these guys, they're straight on. So maybe to keep them in line, right? Maybe her face should be more straight on. So if we were to do something more on the symmetrical side, as these guys are more symmetrically that's a word? What I'll do is, I'll copy this, paste it, and let's add a bit of symmetry to it. To do that, it'd be this here, and then her mouth would go more so like this. Like maybe this lower. And what if Iris is purple? I am very much indeedy purple. If this isn't purple, then the sun doesn't shine. Let's see. So a face here instead. Now I gave her a very small face. And for these guys here, maybe that's still not quite ghostly enough, but we'll see. I'll move her face or move her mouth up, I think. And then something like this. And I think this adds a little bit more to her character. I think this adds it. And for me, it's almost night. Are you about to go to bed then? Let me move this here because it's not symmetrical. Let me do like that. Like that. There we are. But I think it's too wide. So sun doesn't shine. I mean, the sun always shines, just not where you are. You know, that's science and all that. Let me move her here. Oh, actually, let me move this inward one. Or, nope, never mind. What if I move you out like this? Let me zoom out a little bit here so I can see. What do you think? If I do, let's see, this guy here, move this guy down here. Maybe we can do more of like this. And oh, now she looks angry, doesn't she? That's even better. Maybe like that. Oh, I think I like this a little bit more. And then we need to do the other sides, right? And maybe just have a bunch of clouds. Just because I can't see it doesn't mean it's for me. We're doing ghosts. You don't always see a ghost, do you? Let me go ahead and move this up here. Now, for her body, like what we did before, let me move this up here. Slide you over a little bit. Let me move this guy. Oh, hold on. This guy up here. Right now, I'm just trying to get a feel for the new design, as I think we can still keep the feel, however, modify a little bit. And hi, Cats on keyboard. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. I hope you've been well, and my day has been certainly going great. And he looks just like me. Just like me, for real. Welcome back. Let me go ahead and move you. Let's see. The symmetry line. I'll go ahead and grab you here. There you are. And zoom out a little bit. So her... Maybe we can have her hands kind of pooling into the ground like water, right? And I don't know why, but I kind of see Mandy from Billy and Mandy, you mean? Is that what you're talking about? Her chance, by any chance. Let me do maybe, something like slacked arms. So let's see. Usually I try my best to draw like a body figure. I might do like something like this. And then we have the neck, so maybe make the neck a little smaller. And yeah, Billy and Mandy. I could see it possibly, yeah, the angry face. And then we have her arms maybe coming down to the side. So maybe instead, right, exaggerated figure, exaggerated proportions, that was one of the things. Maybe we can make her arms kind of go like this, where her body is dragging, her arms are dragging across the ground. Now, it's not exactly right. However, it's the thought that counts. It actually would be more in the back, I believe. And then we have this in the front. So these are her arms. So I'll make this a different color to make it easier to see. I'll do this for arms. And then this will be her body in the front ground. So the foreground. Maybe we have that pool, kind of like the pool up here, but instead of the weavy, we'll do here. So maybe something like this. And then we can go ahead and close you off here. Something like that. And then that's the body. And I do want to do the coin chest again. I do like that idea. So we'll try that. We'll see how that goes. We have this here, and then we have the base of the body. Possibly like, I'm out here. Oh, hold on. I'm out here. And maybe, if it's pooling, it would kind of come down a little bit. So something like this, maybe? It kind of looks like a silly golem, doesn't it? And do you believe it's ever too late to start learning art from basically zero? Nope, none whatsoever. I think there's always hope, and there's always getting started. If it's specifically pixel art that you're worried about, let's see, Pixelartgs, maybe this can help you, as I do come prepared with answers, but not at all, no. I don't think it's really ever too late to get started in anything. For me, at least, I've always struggled with regular traditional. However, I have drawn traditional before and just digital traditional in general. So for example, I can say that in the past I have drawn, if we go quickly to this guy here, and I go up to this guy here, I drew this image of me up there. I drew that me. However, I struggled a lot to do digital art, so I swapped over to Pixelart. So I do have background knowledge. However, Pixelart's like a different game, and cute, thank you. Yeah, that you, yeah. And it's that different game that allows people to kind of get on the same playing field, especially for Pixelart. It's that thing of having new approaches that makes it both fun and enjoyable, but also, again, approachable, because I'm not working on a big canvas. I'm working on a really small canvas, and depending on the size you go, there's options. Not a lot of options, I guess that's the best way to describe it. Not a lot of options, however, that's the best part about it, is that there's a way. And I always appreciate you for being so uplifting. I try my best to be, as I have gone through so many stages of not doing art, to doing art, to not doing art, to doing art, so I completely understand that worry of it being too late, because you can think to yourself, man, I want to get started on this thing, but imagine where I'd be if I started last week or a year ago when I thought about doing it, but I keep not doing it. And while you can think about the what ifs, for me, it's the very least a thing of, you can't worry about the past, but you can worry about the present and the future. You can start now, even if it's just a little bit of drawing day by day, it's still something towards your goal. And the thing is, because a lot of people say, and I know this was especially a problem for me, but you see people out there who are like prodigies at like 5 years old, and you think to yourself, oh man, what's the point in me at like 48? 55, 92, and why am I doing this when this person's already a lot better than me at this young age? And it's the thing of, you really can't compare yourself to other people. I struggle to learn, I struggle to focus, and I really struggle to remember things, so I can't compare myself to people who have perfect memory and things of that nature. But I can compare myself to last year, and how am I doing? I'm doing way better. I feel like I am at the best I've ever been in terms of studying, in terms of learning, and I can only go up from here. But if I ever fall, if I ever fail, if I ever take some days off, that's okay too. It's also that thing of, even if you're on a roll, remembering to stop and take breaks is very important, and you really do have to be forgiving with yourself. I mentioned earlier that I was a straight A student, but it came at the cost of like coming to tears whenever I got straight B's or had a B or A minus. That was scary for me. And so I've gotten, certainly over the years, a lot better with just accepting failure, as failure is always an opportunity to learn. And so what if you didn't get it right this time? There's always next time, as long as you make a next time. And is it too late to start to plant a tree? It's the same spirit of never too late to start. Yeah, tree will grow eventually. And hi, which canvas resolution did you choose for your game? I don't believe I chose a canvas resolution quite yet, Ken. I'd have to get back to you on that one. I wouldn't know off the bat of my mind. And I did read that, yep. And if you don't care for Undertale Yellow Genocide spoilers, it's cool. But there's a really detailed sprite of a molding person under, at the bottom of the sheet. Ooh, I do care for spoilers. I know they updated Delta Runes recently, so I can't go check it. And I've gone through Undertale Yellow a little bit. So, just for the worry of that, I will stay away. And hi Louie, welcome back to stream. And true that, I'm glad you agree. So let's see, Spirit. I kind of gave her like a bill bottom, so maybe we can try to go with that again. But we're trying to focus on keeping that feel, but also making sure it's Spirit-y, right? And good for ya. Yeah, oh man, telling you I'm trying my best to avoid, but it's difficult. Maybe we can give her slack body like this here, and then she had shoulder guys, but again, we're just trying to get the feel of it down. And if we want to do her arms kind of going to the side, maybe it's more so like this. No, let me do a different color here to make it a little bit easier on ya, like that. And it actually wouldn't be in line with this. It'd be a little bit in the background because of a something perspective, right? So then maybe it would be like something like this, and then something like that, and it kind of goes in the background, so something like that. It kind of looks like a, I wonder if that is the right way to approach it, because what I'm thinking and what's happening on screen is not what's coming to mind. I zoom back here, maybe I can doodle it a little bit easier for my mind to put it into drawing. So let's see. I'm thinking of having like a head here, right? You got the body, like, hold on, like, oh, if it lets me, I would like my brush. Thank you very much. Got the body, and then got the bottom part here, like that. And then I want the arms to kind of go back in perspective, but I don't think that's, even here, I'm having trouble. If I maybe try to do the face in a different direction, so like here, you have the body, right, and the torso and all of that, and then the arms would kind of drag behind. So that's what I'm kind of going for. But keeping that in mind, maybe there's some references. Is that something you would have? And I'm thinking of making the bottom of your dress less nice and elegant. Yep. I think right now it's too form structured. We're gonna need some tears and rips, and maybe that's it, right? We wanted to do dripping, right? So maybe we can have it kind of come up like this, like so. So round her out. And oh, hold on. It's spooky. Hi, Trifect Show. Welcome to stream. Let's see. Like maybe something like that, and then kind of have a drippy feel, and then there's kind of just leaks, and then there's a pool. Maybe something like that can work out a little bit better. So like there's a puddle of stuff and water kind of dripping down underneath her. Maybe that can help her feel more specter-like, do you think? Yeah, maybe that can pull up. And then from here, I'm not too sure about that arm idea. So maybe we go back to the grocery pack. Maybe we can pop by and say hello. Let me go ahead and move you here, like that. Yep. And save you here. And then for her arms, let's see. I'll scroll out here, and the hearts are lovely. Thank you for them. Let me go ahead and move you here, like that. And let's see. And I found your channel recently. Wanted to say good luck. I'm in the beginning of my game dev journey now. You got this. Thank you. Oh, hold on. The House Gremlin. Thank you. And welcome to stream. Oh man, it's almost been a year of making my game, but you know what? We're going on it. An ectoplasm? She's supposed to be a well spirit, right? So maybe it's a mix of ectoplasm and water. But I do wish you, hold on. I'm in the beginning. Oh, okay, you are in your beginning. Beginning of your game dev journey. So I also wish you luck as you wish me. Thank you. And now let's see. For hands, so the grocery bags again. And then we have the arms coming back, like that. Oh, hold on. That, and then like that, and that. Yeah, like that. There we go. Something like this, do you think? Oh, hold on. Yep, there we go. And it's gonna go down a little bit. So something like down, shoulders go down, and then arms go down, kind of having that same feel. And let's see. I'll go ahead and save it. And oh, for her hair, what kind of hair do you think? Oh, hold on, let me move you here. And I will move you down a little bit. Here we are. Move you down a smidge so I can see you better. For hair, I did this sort of blob feel, but I feel like that's not very ghostly or very watery, right? Maybe her hair can drip a little bit. And for that drippy feel, you can see here, right? Oh, actually, this hair goes backwards. Are there any other characters here that have a sort of drippy-like hair? Let's check. They kind of have regular hair here. Yep. No, those aren't people. Interesting. I always saw the big sprite as her holding big napkins. These are the napkins she's holding, and the laugh emotes. A zilly. Okay. For this, the hair kind of goes up, and this one's very messy hair. You know what? Let me see about ring spirit. Maybe we can take from that. Big napkins. Ring ghost. I think that was the ghost name. Yeah. And that one, the hair was all wet to the front of the face, right? And for mine, maybe that's more something we can do, right? Make it look like her hair's always wet, so it has that dripping feel. Right now, this has a lot of volume. It's very foop. This is, oh man, I have, where's the volume at? There's none. So maybe instead we can do that. I'll go ahead and see about just hair on top, hair, maybe something like that. Now she looks like she has a hat. Let me move that there a little bit. Move this here. Yeah, maybe we can take inspiration from the ring. Maybe we cut off the bottom of her head like this, or bottom of her face. And before I make all of these, let me do new layer. There we are. So maybe instead, back of her hair is like this, and it kind of drips down. And then maybe here, so you can't even see her face. But I don't know about that. I don't know how I feel about that, something like that. I do like the water dripping, right? I feel like that would be a good indicator. Are there any other hairstyles that could work? Maybe give her a short bob. It's not as floofy, but it's not as the other guy. So something like this here. And then we do these guys, and then maybe something like this is a little bit better. Then do hair like this. And Yeah, maybe something like, oh, looks a little angry there. I mean, like that could work out a little bit more, and then we can see about maybe adding onto the hair feel. But go ahead and merge this down, and this is just the idea, so we don't have to commit to it quite yet. And I'll go ahead and save, and then we'll go ahead and hold on. I'll see if we can make the sprite within this 30, or would it be 32? Would it? It would be 48 by 48, I believe. Yep, 48 by 48. I'll move you back up, and then I'll go ahead and copy you. Now we can see about adding some more details. Okay. Oh, hold on. Let me move you down there. Let me move this guy so it's more visible. Let's see here. Yep, about like that. I can move this guy up to be around there. Lovely. And then this guy here can get moved to there. Okay. So, looking at all of these guys, if we go back to here, we certainly need to have the chest area for the coins. So if we're going back to these guys and all of the cloth, for this here, the way they do it is they have certain areas, and I think maybe that's how they do the blob feel. For this, there's sort of layers, right? Different layers. And I just think back to the napkin now. Oh boy. For this cloth guy, it's kind of all one single color. And for this is crazy cloth. For us, we don't want to do too complicated. I do like how these are very simple, right? And I don't understand why ghosts are depicted as wet. Well, for mine, I'm making a well spirit, so she does have to have that kind of wet feel because it is going to be a ghost of a well. That's the reasoning for mine, but just in general, I mean, I guess the ooze, right? The ectoplasm is why usually, and you did mention ectoplasm earlier, so maybe that's why? Let's see, and now that's just an average 30-year-old woman haircut. At least it's not the, may I speak to your manager sort of haircut. Like this, right? The ghost is doing the pose that I'm thinking of doing. Even this little guy's doing the pose. See, it's a thing, all right? It is a thing. But you can notice, right? Theirs is different than mine. So maybe we can use that idea. And it's both. I can understand, yeah. Hold on, let me grab this guy. I'll take the screenshot. And let's move you and paste it here. I think this will help us. Let's go back into this ghost here. And so instead of it being grocery bag, maybe what we can do is raise those arms up like this here. Oh, actually, hold on. Undo. Yep. We're gonna bring you out a little bit. Like maybe, oh, undo. Maybe what we can do is do something like, let's see, here, do like that there, and then there's sort of a thing like, it kind of has it like this here. It goes down a little bit, goes up a little bit, possibly. We'll see. A lot of sketching and trying things out. So, let's go ahead and start with, and the tag on the shelf said that these drapes were half off. $39.99. And how do you place the timeline on the left side of the sprite? Do you mean this guy here, this timeline? If so, what you do is, if you see this little guy here, what you click is this usually on the bottom. You can click left, you can click right. Yeah, that's how you do it. That guy there. Once I found that out, oh man, my whole life changed. So I hope that helps. Let me go ahead and save here. And from there, we'll start to carve out the sprite now and see where we go. We'll go ahead and start off with the body here. And I'm just trying to do 2 colors to keep things simple, and then we'll add more colors as we go. This will be the chest area, right, for the coin bits. And do we want to add more body? Like, beforehand, her clothing or her shoulders were exposed. I don't know if we want to do that now, but I'll go ahead and keep this guy here. And all I'm doing is trying to clean up the sprite before we continue. So maybe, like, this here would be fine. And then for this here, I'm thinking of adding different layers of her bits. It's the best way that I can describe it. They different layers for her cloth. There we are. Something like that. And then maybe it kind of comes up. And I quite like that point. I think that's fine. It kind of reminds me of like a dangerous point. So maybe something like this, and then maybe something like that, and then something like that. Maybe it kind of comes down a little bit, and then, or maybe it comes down like that. Maybe we can do that instead. I think that works a little bit better in terms of movement. And then we can come down like that. And then we have the arms. So something, maybe something like that instead for arms. Trying to look at the feel of the clothing. I'll fill that in as well. So we'll go ahead and do that for you. And now I'm looking at this, I'm thinking the weight, maybe probably not right. Maybe the weight can be split in 2, or maybe we can do it another way. So maybe instead we could do maybe another cloth here. Something like that, but we'll see. And really appreciate that you speak through your process while you art. I'm glad you enjoy it. I know it's a smidge rambly. However, I do think explaining as you go makes it easier to understand why you're doing something, because as you're speaking, if you don't understand the thing, then you can kind of freeze and think, okay, I'm not on the right track. Let me go back. So I'm really happy to hear it helps. Let me go ahead and remove these guys here. Oh, hold on. I'm trying to remove ya. There you are. Oh, hold on. Go ahead and put that down there. And being inside your head is fun. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. Get out of my head. How did it go? Get out of my head until you're dead. Oh, man. Oh, which is funny enough since we're doing ghosts. Yep, exactly. I ain't an artist, but I like following along. I'm glad you think so. And I bet you're a rubber duck debugger. I have heard of that before. I've considered getting a rubber duck and putting it on my desk. That's one of the reasons why I like streaming, is the fact that you're all kind of the rubber ducks, aren't you? And the fact I'm trying to explain it in a way that you can understand, because eventually I'll understand why, and plenty of room in my Bobby's head. Fair point. And I would like to follow along with my pixel art like the previous stream, but today needs to rest in bed. No worries. I really hope you have good rest. And hi, Boolean. Welcome to stream. How's the game going? The game's going great. We have well, this week I had a release for the next prototype version, and now we'll hopefully figure out the bugs and keep going. And since I'll be adding ghosts to my game soon, we're gonna try to draw some ghosts. That's what we're doing today. Thank you. How's your game development going? Nope, I believe I should be able to do this. / shout out. And then I was told I could do @ Oh, I can. Oh, the power. There we are. Lovely. I've been enjoying your incremental game. I really am excited to see where it goes. So best of luck to you in that regard. Let's see. Let me go ahead and do this here, possibly like that for the feel of the cloth, maybe like that. And it's, going, yeah. About as I expected, yeah. That sounds like game dev in a nutshell. And I love incremental games. It's like it's a game where you're trying to, I believe, save Pluto. I can't recall quite exactly, but if you think there should be justice for Pluto, I'm sure you'll find the game fun. It was just something relaxing to play in the background. That's what drew it to me in the first place. I very much enjoy like clicker and incrementals, so I thought to myself, oh man, should be a fun raid to do. And it was indeedy. And from napkins to oven mitts. Oh no! Don't you dare say that! I'm trying over here, alright, Jack? Let's see. Excuse me. Maybe we can do like the wisps. So something like maybe this here, right? And that was better than any elevator pitch I've ever given. I have a lot of experience with elevator pitches, and the sleeves make me think of boxing gloves. Interesting. Right now, we're just doing ideas here, but I certainly think the fact that it's also been compared to oven mitts, where it's gonna be changed. I don't want oven mitts feel. That's certainly what we're not going for. And then we kind of have the bottom of the chest, so maybe we can do something like this, and then this can kind of go down, and then it kind of goes maybe like this here, that there. Nope, I think something like that, and then it goes around, or maybe even arounder. Try again, arounder. Nope, but yeah, like that. Yeah. Okay, maybe something like this for more of the ghosty feel. It looks like maybe she has a rib cage, so I'm just going to remove that. And well, now I see boxing gloves. No, I know. Oh boy, okay. It's a work in progress, alright? Oh man, I've even drawn oven mitts before. I don't see the oven mitts. Oh, you know what? I see chicken wings. How about that? Chicken wings, angel wings, and that's a genuine working method. Plus, put a plushie or similar on and talk to it. Yep. You say those things out loud, your brain will come up with a solution. It's called the rubber duck method in programming. A lot of programmers put like a rubber duck on their desk. It's adorable. Thought about getting one, but I couldn't find one I liked. But soon, Tam, hopefully. Okay, so let's see. And I know you're saying, well, yeah, now I see chicken wing. I can't unsee chicken wing. She's just a chicken ghost. What have I done? Oh boy. Let me get some lemonade. And Mr. Crab Hands, hold on now. And we are the rubber ducks, yeah. You're all adorable little duckies. And let's see. The ghost in the blue corner, it's the ghost with the most ghost girl. And why do you need a duck? You don't need a duck. I just like the idea of taking the rubber duck method to the extreme. Programmers will put a rubber duck or just something on their desk, and they'll explain their problems aloud to the object. And the idea is that by explaining your problems aloud, you'll be able to find a solution. You should buy a physical rubber duck with a little screen that has a chat in it. I'll find something to put on the screen somewhere. The ads are about to start, so I'll let them do their thing now, and then we will continue, as I know they're gonna yell at me in a bit, so we'll do it now while we're waiting on the next iteration, as Certainly, you know what? I understand and I acknowledge that she does not look like Ghost much. And why can't they just talk to themselves without a duck? You can if you want. Yeah, 100% I think. It's the idea of just personifying the problem. And if I had a friend that had the rock figurine that he used as a duck, I've heard some people use like action figurines. It's just adorable. And I am a rubber duck. I'm quackers. I'm crazy. And let me scroll back up. Let me make sure I didn't miss anything. It'll stop looking like oven mitts once you add detail. I'm like 17% sure. That's not very sure, check. Let me go ahead and make the sprite bigger. So sprite size. Nope. I want canvas size. Yeah, there we are. And there we go. And it will look like wings perhaps when you put some holes in the sleeves. Perhaps. We can always see. Let me move this down a little bit. I definitely think it's too round right now, right? We don't want round. We want rough and edged. My original design was round, very round, because I thought water, round, droopy. So maybe, possibly, we can do something like that. And let me go ahead and know. The hearts are adorable, by the way. Thank you. All right, lemonade and plump. Yeah, was plumping around. Now she looks like a chicken. Let's see, water. Tasty. And that's funny because I'm struggling with making arms round. Oh boy. I really like this area here. It's just this area that kind of feels a little funny. And I also think this area here feels, you know, it was just circle the whole problem in red. I think that'd be an easier time. Let me also get some water. I don't have a rubber duck for work. I have a llama I got it as a souvenir from Peru. Oh, see? Just little objects, little trinkets. And that's adorable and lovely. Little llama. The llama that hears all the drama. And the problem with the napkins was that they were shaped and symmetrical to look like water. Well, they're too shaped. I see. That makes sense, yeah. The idea was that it was water inside. So it was like an animated texture if you've seen like something from Chowder, where the animations move as the character's walking around. That was the idea, though I don't think that that went through. And let me get some more water. Tasty. Okay. Yeah. There's certainly stuff we can manage to redo. While that timer is waiting up, are there any other kind of cloth figures we can see? This here, I think, might be a good reference to look at, right? And the hands? I mean, we could try adding hands. Possibly. I like the idea of no hands. However, this guy does have hands. I like how this has cloth, right? With the different, what is the word I'm looking for? Shading? There's a lot of strong shading here with the black. Maybe that's more the feel I'm trying to go for, right? And it uses sharper edges, which could be possibly helpful for our case. So I'll scroll up here a little bit, and I will grab this guy here to use. I'll go ahead and paste it here. And okay, let's see. For this one here, it's more spectrally, but again, we're trying to go for more dripstone. I feel like this is very dripstone. Oh, welcome back from the ad. And the problem with the, I did read that good, and I did read that good. Okay, I think we're caught up on chat reading. Yeah, something like this, where it's kind of a dripstone sort of feel. Dripstone, yeah. So maybe we can kind of have you go here and do a little less symmetrical on this area here, where we'll grab you, go a little round, something like that. And then have you have the ground here, have you go around, and like that. Maybe a little rounder here. Possibly like that. I think a little more round, just a little bit more, just a smidge more. Hold on. Nope. Go back. I like this better. Yeah, it's just, maybe this is the part that needs to change. Yeah, that was the part. I think that adds a little bit more round edge there. Maybe we can even move this in here. Like that. No, go back. Go all the way back. And at least the eyelashes don't look like big cartoony eyebrows. Oh man, I did have some cartoony eyebrows before, didn't I? We can also move this here and here, like that, possibly. Maybe even move that out here, since that's all of this, but that's symmetrical, so I'll hold off on that. Then we can have maybe some dripping water that comes down here, with some drips there that come down. And that does not look like a water droplet, so we'll move you there. Something like that I feel like could work, possibly. And we'll see about maybe adding some outlines for the water or something. For now, we'll just add like, yeah, looks like water, 100%, yep. Never seen anything more water-like. And did I miss was that the one I missed? Hold on. My rubber duck is Billy from Power Rangers. And just we were talking about Billy and Mandy. I don't know too much about Power Rangers though, so I wouldn't know the reference. And let me just double check. Did I miss any more? Ghost Girl, Mr. Krabs, Working Method, yep. Rubber duck. Okay, good. I did find a method for making YouTube chat easier to read, is that if I make it bigger, I'll notice the change a lot more, which is nice. So hopefully it's a little bit better, my recognition? Me acknowledging that it exists. Maybe we can do that here. Yeah, I kind of like that a little bit better. This is 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So maybe, nah, I like that. And high IQ move, no doubt. I only wish I thought of it earlier. What I'm thinking is, right? Instead of these guys, yeah, you're gonna get moved. Goodbye. Toodaloo. Yep. And I'm also gonna move this here. Hold on, you there, like that, and move you up, I think, to here and here. Possibly like this, so it has more of that army feel to it. And then for here, I also think maybe moving this around and downtown. Something like that, but that doesn't look quite right. I'm just trying to get the shapes down before I even think about color. I have enjoyed this method a lot more, where I go for more blob before I move on to other things, so I think it is handy. Let's see, maybe move this here, and let's see about moving it here instead. That makes her have a poofy look. And then there with her boxing gloves, oh yeah, they're no longer a thing. And Billy was kind of super genius and super nerdy. He's awesome. I did quite like the genius characters, the nerdy characters. They were always my favorite. Maybe what we can do is do something like this. Maybe even raise this up here. Put something like this and this to give it more of a feel. But then that guy kind of looks a little off. So maybe now we can move the arms out a little bit more. Definitely has skinnier arms. I can't say that much, right? Something like that. But, you know, I'm not too opposed to the round option. But I do think it's weird. Maybe something like this, where it's kind of going inward. Something like that could possibly work as well. Just a matter of trial and error. It's early. And, oh, I did read that. And, oh, battery low. Hold on. Nope. And now she has pinchers. Don't tempt me. Let's see. Let me go ahead and erase you here. Oh, that guy there. Yep. And round you out like that here. Yeah, you want to make sure we do the chest area. You have to work on your evil laugh. I don't have an evil laugh. Thank you very much. And hi, Torn. Welcome back to stream. Show me an evil laugh, and I'll show you that it's non-existent or that it wasn't created by me. Let's see. I like the idea of it having kind of block area, so maybe we have block here, and then block here. Yeah, something like this. And sure, yes you do. Hold on now. I don't see it. I no evil laugh. I like to call whatever laugh you think is evil the laugh of excitement. That's what it is. The laugh of, oh, well, look at this cool thing. Yep. That's the laugh. Let's see. Maybe something like this. So I'm trying to consider fabric, right? The draping of fabric. Maybe something like this would work out a little bit better, where it looks a little bit more like it's working with lines, right? Maybe we can add a little bit more of that fring area here. So something like that might work. Excited for evil? No! I am the least evil thing here. I am all good. I am. Yeah, And yeah, it's okay if you want it to be wrong. It's the truth. Nothing but the truth. Maybe we have like this in the light, right? So this is the top of the thing here. And now I'm just trying to figure out the shading. Oh boy, calling me evil. Never heard of such thing. Please, that's what all of you are. Okay, maybe not. Now it sounded pretty evil to me. Not you too, second Tucket. And gotta do the man dark laugh. Oh, I forget how to do the man dark laugh. I forget what he sounds like. And maybe not evil, but like a slightly morally gray monarch of a Victorian era noble. If you're not slightly gray, what are you doing with your morals? It's cool to be just a little bit slightly gray. As you know, if you're too good of a good guy, then it's too easy. Let me go ahead and move you here. What I'm trying to do now, and she kind of looks like a rocket ship that is going off into space. Look at her. Oh no. Oh man. And I mean, why not embrace your evil side? Don't hide it. I would never. Never one bit. I'm back from eating M&Ms because me hungry and me too lazy to make actual food. And now I get to look at numbers and letters and look at error messages for multiple hours and cry. I do understand your pain. I need to get to debugging, and I'm not excited to debug. But you know what? I'm not sus whatsoever. And M&Ms are tasty though. They're quite delicious. What I'm trying to do is add a fabricy feel to her clothing. However, I think adding that this light tone made it too didn't give me the feel I'm looking for. What I'm gonna do is maybe something like this. A little bit more, and you know that if you suppress an evil heiress will break free one day, that would imply that there's an evil heiress, and I don't have an evil side, so it's not possible. That's what we're going to agree to. 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4. Yep. I think that's good for our outlines. No evil whatsoever, I assure you. And debugging is my career. Oh, you poor soul. I know there's people who enjoy it, but then there's also people who just do it because they have to. Which one are you? Do you enjoy it, or are you just doing it because you're an unsung hero, as you certainly are? It's a thing, oh man. This actually looks quite nice. You know, I've just been talking and drawing, and this is pretty fancy, pretty snazzy. However, it still doesn't hold what I'm looking for. This kind of looks like hands, right? Maybe like this? Okay, maybe something like that. It looks less like a rocket ship now. Yeah, less like a rocket ship. Okay, we're on the, yeah. Good, now she has guns. Pew pew. Oh no.
Shimashiro just followed.
Oh no, thank you for the follow. Shimashiro, maybe? Welcome to stream. And I just noticed those notifications are doing their notification thingy. That's really weird. Super weird. Okay, hold on. Let me see if I just add scene. Yeah, notification scene. Let's see if that works. But thank you. Welcome to the stream. Welcome to me proving that I am a sane, non-chaotic individual who has done no evil and no harm. And how are you making her into so many objects? Multi-talented, apparently. Oh boy. And let's see. She says she has no evil and that she is no evil, but the creator of Me and Snow and Bush Boy. Man Snow created himself. And I started a game dev that went into software I started in game dev, then went into software engineering. It's always the smallest things that cause the biggest impact. Yeah. Software engineering, I can see it. Oh boy, I can see it. Let me go ahead and maybe make this also the same color here. And that way we can kind of, hold on. Like this here. I quite like the carving method because you can kind of carve the feel of the character. So something like this here where I'm trying to show off, hey, this is where shadow is. Do you think it helps? This is the shadow, this is the darkness, and then there's maybe another shadow here that's kind of poking out of her other areas here. So something like that can show off the rest of it being, hey, spooky, scary ghost. I do think it's interesting, the different methods people use to do pixel art. It's lovely to see, as I think it's really interesting. Maybe something like that too, but that kind of looks like folded up cloth, maybe. So we won't do that, but I'm thinking this is forward and that's backwards. She looks so angry. Good. Remember, she's supposed to be an angry spirit. She's supposed to be mean. And I think the flowy clothing signifies they are mostly air. Okay. Let's see. Maybe if we add some trippy areas, but the thing is I don't know how to draw trippy water. That's gonna be what's the hard part here. And oh, where do I start? Once upon a time, it was a cold spring weekend and the heiress evil mind was struck by lightning. No, and Bush Boy was a suggestion for me to draw. I didn't do it on my own. Well, I did do it of my own free will, but you know, it was a suggestion. I thought, why not? Let me make this a little bit bigger here. I'm trying to add more coin area. That's what I want to go for. Something like that, maybe something like that here, because we're going to need to add the area for her coins in her chest. Let's see, maybe that there. And then we have this here for the other bits, yeah. And then maybe it kind of goes down, or maybe more so it goes here. Yeah, maybe then we can kind of add that there, maybe even move it down to there. Yeah, like that there, maybe even curve it around. Nah, I like that more. It looks like she has a sleep mask on on her face, do you mean? I can see it certainly. The water though, how can we add more of a watery feel? Oh, well, you know what? That works there. Yeah, you know, we won't change that. I like that a lot more. So let's see. Water. I do like the hands looking like this, but we could also do this, right? So it's not. What do you think? Hands? No hands. I quite like the hands. I think the hands add a ghostly haunting feel. You can also round this guy out there and add drops. I don't know how to. Like this? Or would it be like that? And like this here? Kind of like that? Let's see. Would anyone know of any games that have very water spirits? Or not water spirits, watery creatures? Okay, hold on. Let me see if I can find some references. And from the building study, I got some catching up to do. Was it the building study? I can never recall. Let's see, water. Let me see if I can find some water droplets that we could possibly use as reference. And do you remember me? Right now, the names are messed up. So I am getting two different names from two different people. For example, well, it's using your @name. So I'm saying Deltra MC, but I'm assuming you're expecting your name to say something else. So I wouldn't know, but I don't remember the icon. But welcome all the same. Welcome to stream. There's a water wraith here. If I move this into here, this is from Dragon Quest. And oh, I did read that. Good. And water shown like this. Okay. Something like that, maybe? And all ghosts have an ephemeral quality to them, which is why I was confused about them being wet. When you consider wet is the opposite of solid, kind of makes sense. It does, yeah. The wet opposite of solid. I can certainly see it. I like how this guy's clothing is in water. That makes a lot of sense, and the way it's outlined. Maybe we can do something like that. Let me see if I can quickly find another watery character that is possible to add to our references. Water, watery Pixelart. Yeah, I want water splashes if you wouldn't mind. There's the water lady from Shovel Knight. I would recognize that creature anywhere. There's water elemental, and this is from Full of Darkness. Interesting. There's this guy here. The water shown is like what'd you call it? Like a spray brush, which is I've never seen that before. Kind of water droplets. Ooh. Those are quite shiny. Let's see. What else is there? There is this water elemental. Interesting. All right. Oh, actually, yeah. Hold on. There's this. Well, no, it's not fixed. So I guess it wouldn't be too handy. Actually, you know what? Let me grab this here. I'll do this instead, where I'll show this bit here and then the other areas. There's some legs here, I think, that could be water-like, right? For the water droplets. And then I really like the hair, too. Let me grab that. Kind of round here. I'll do this here, too, where you can kind of see the round curves. So I think maybe something like that could help. Let's go back to our ghost and see if there's any way we can add to those. Healer. Yep. Oh, hold on. This guy here. Yep. And let's see. I did read that. Good. There have been worse horrifying creatures of existence. You'll have to show me them. I have no idea like horrifying things you're talking about. So what I'm thinking is, right, maybe we can have some bubbles to show off that spooky feel. So maybe like a big bubble here, and then maybe another bubble. Yeah, big bubble there. And then we have some bubbles here, and I'm going to highlight the bubbles. Maybe like, or maybe more so would be like this, and like that. And then we kind of have another one go here and be like this. So maybe something like that instead for our bubbles, and you would get a little guy like that. These will be different colors later. Hopefully, we should have time, but I'm just trying to get a feel. So maybe, right, adding the bubbles would be a good idea. I'm also noticing some bubbles have different glares on them. There's like a big guy here and then a small guy. That'll certainly be something to consider. Maybe like that and that would work, and then a little guy here, actually. Yeah, there you go. And then from there, I definitely think the hair could be maybe more wavy and droopy. I do like that idea. So maybe we'll go ahead and use you here. And there's so many different things you can do with the head. It's interesting for sure. Now it's that different hairstyle. I will move the head down. Oh, hold on. I move the head down to maybe here for the neck. Save it. And that's true. That was just an example of evil heiress. There's no evil heiress. You're sadly mistaken. And a little thunder and lightning in the background to accompany the muahaha. But it doesn't exist, I tell you. That'd have to be certainly very evil. And that looks amazing already, and it's just cardboard colors. I've been enjoying this method of starting out with just two tones. I think it helps add emphasis to different points of the character before you even think about other areas. That's kind of what I did for the skeletons, and I really like how the skeletons turned out. And I feel like that's the method I've been enjoying. And evil heiress would imply existence of good heiress. There's only one heiress, and there's only one. And hi, slow king. So slow king. Welcome back to stream. Hello, hello. Maybe we can add some, okay. Let's undo, well, the bubbles gotta go back there. And then I want to see about the hair. And Esta is chaotic good, not evil. I am not chaotic. Let's start there. I am as good as they come. Well, okay, well, I don't know if I'm as good as they come, but I try to be good. I try to, you know, make sure there's no evil going on. Oh boy. Let me go ahead, and I want to change the hair up, and especially with her eyes being a little bit different. Let's see. Now she just looks like the Terminator. Not chaotic, good one. I tell the truth. I speak only the truth. Let's see. Something like this, and let's try to fix her face. I feel like her face certainly needs fixing now compared to our other faces. And let's see. This is the happy face, angry face, smile. Any faces here we can look at? There's kind of like these creepy smiles that are here, which I think is interesting, but we're going for angry, so maybe we can give her a bigger angry face. That could possibly work. We could also give her no smile, and you naturally sound chipper, so hard to imagine evil self. Exactly, because there is not one. And all ghosts have an ephemeral quality to them, which is why, oh, I did read that, good, okay. And with the power of imagination. Let me go ahead and go back here. And I just want to get the head shape feel right, as I don't think right now her head is very round. I think something like this would be rounder. Maybe it's something like this a little bit more to round out the bottom of her face. So something like that. I feel like that would be better. Maybe we could do, but then I put a line here and it doesn't feel quite right. With the line, without the line, right? Isn't that interesting? There are two Irises inside of Iris. One is chaotic good and the other is chaotic evil. Both are gremlins. I know gremlin. Hold on now. Don't go saying lies. Like this here, here. Yep, okay. Go ahead and save it. And then, all right, her face. And without the links is better. What do you mean? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? I think this, I don't like this here, and I also don't like it here. I think just this is fine. And that was something I noticed when I came across, I think it was Pokemon Pixelart I was looking at, and you know what? Let's see if we can spot it. Is there any here that shows it? In some areas, there was no lighting. I don't know if it'll be on here. Some areas, this is a lot of shaded lighting. You can see just black and different colors. I'm looking to see if there's any break between some of the guys here. There might not be, but there's certain areas sometimes where there's just no outline. And hello everyone, how are you today? Are you feeling well? And Air says, the sprite you are creating the sprite are you creating now will be animated? I don't think we'll be able to get to animation. I was hoping to do 2 sprites, but we'll see about time. But welcome, Mr. Dream Studio, and I'd love to animate it sometime. I would. I think it'd be very cool and fun. Animation, though, can take quite a lot of time, though simple animations wouldn't be too hard. And embrace the dark side of the Bobby. Bobby is pure-hearted, thank you very much. I'm looking for the sprites. I'm not seeing one with the outline. I might have to pull up another example another time, as some have the solid outline and others have the selective outline. But again, it's whatever you think works best for you. And game idea, you're a spaghetti noodle that runs from utensil enemies and dodges from obstacles while trying to hop into the player's mouth. Very silly. And who's Bobby? This guy down there, that little octopus that looks like no thoughts are circulating in his head. That's Bobby. He's a local around here. Let me go ahead and maybe, now if she was a sad ghost. Oh, look at this. Look at that. Looks very sad, doesn't she? And maybe go pitch that to the Super Meat Boy people. Sad face, I can certainly see. Or see her being sad, maybe like a happy face. Oh, that's cute. We're making her vengeful. So instead of this, we do... Ah. Has a little shaking sprite. Oh, silly. And hydrate, sure.
Whitechapel just redeemed hydrate.
Okay, the notifications seem to be working again. And thank you for the redemption, the Whitechapel, and welcome back to stream. Oh, I'll never get over the 3x3 mouth. It's lovely. The typing minigame in the demo is hard. I don't have good reaction timing. Yesterday we worked on making an easier level, so an easier song. So hopefully that'll get updated this week, because yeah, from the feedback I've gotten, it's hard. And a silly face going already. I'm not predictable, I tell ya. It's so fun. Hold on. Okay, I'm done. That's not evil! That's just called joy! I can't have fun while studying! Oh man. Okay, serious, and hoy, how's your day? Going great, I'm having a lot of fun, you broke. I ain't done broken, I'm just laughing. And if you like this space and serious, you'll like the game I'm making. Good! The sillier the better. I like silly things. And thanks, now I'm having a laugh attack. Good! Laughs are fun. And we do a compilation of those peeps. You'll be there for a lot of hours. That could be angry eyes, right? Maybe we could do, well, I had the eyebrows. Maybe something like that. And then angry. That could be angry. There's a lot of angry ways you can do it. An evil laugh, right? That was no evil laugh. I'm glad you agree, Trifect. I'm glad you agree. I had her eyes nearly and I gave her big and
Lithium Surfer just
oh, it's
fun.
totally working. Lovely. Hold on. Let me double check that name there. Thank you. Lithium Surfer. Interesting name. Welcome to stream. And thank you again. Let me move that up there. And oh,
Bengissurf subscribed on YouTube.
Oh, hold on. Let me get that name. That's this tab here, right? Yeah. Okay. And then I scroll down here, scroll up, and Bengissurf. I think that's how you say it, or Benji Surf maybe. Thank you for the YouTube subscription. You can let me know how close I got, and I'll try again. As I try my best to get the names right, though. I do tend to butcher them quite a lot. Now for her eyes here, maybe something like that. Alright, angry eyes. And then mad. I mean, we could always just do angry eyes, right? We don't have to add the mouth. Maybe we can even give her bigger eyes. Something like this, right? Ooh, that's pretty angry, right? Maybe pretty vengeful. Something like that. Maybe we could add the eyebrows and, nope, that looks like more of a, what's the word I'm looking for? Reminds me more, no, I can't remember the word. Nope. Lost my mind. I lost a thought. My mind is very much still here, I assure ya. Something like this here and that there, or maybe we can add it to the bottom here. Yeah, like that. I like that a lot. And now for the hair. And of that pop-up scrape, also how's the texture pack going? I'm thinking of making one this summer and some inspiration would be great. I had to put it on hold a little bit because it was right around the time where he started to move. I hope to start it up again, but it's gonna be a lot of, well, my issue has always been just editing. And this week I have a video I need to get working on and other videos and things of that sort, but it's certainly still something I am trying to pursue 100%, and I hope to do it soon. Okay, so here, I like how the hair is already. If we were to add more here, let's see, something like that, and yeah, how about that? Something like this where the hair's really sharp, right? Maybe if we add you here, maybe you can do here, like that. I quite like this already. Maybe we can even add the bangs here. Yeah, maybe we can add a dripping look to her hair down there. And maybe we have the eyes here, and then maybe we can add a drip here. Oh, that looks like the, what's the spooky mask ghost from Mario, I think, right? The Shy Guys? I think that's what they're called. That's what it reminded me of. Maybe we can round it out a little bit. So maybe something like this here. I do like that. I do, oh, you know, that's pretty cute. That is adorable, but I don't know if it's scary. Something like that there. And then as they're forming up in bubbles, maybe now we can add the drips. If I go ahead and unhide our earlier bubble layer, we can now have some more dripping water going on in the background like this here. And then there's also some dripping going on here. And then we can go ahead and grab these guys for more dripping water. Does that feel better, do you think? Something like that. And well, it kind of looks like a hologram, right? From fancy aristocrat to a teen. You're feeling teen now. It's interesting. Huh. Maybe, let's see. If we do this here. Oh, that's way too wide. And I guess maybe it was the mouth. Her mouth was originally like this. And then her eyes were like that and that. And then they were angry. Angry eyes. Like that. Well, that. Or does it feel more angsty? I feel like that added to the angst. I like both though. And the top bubbles are like eyes and teeth. Ooh, you know what? That's not too bad of a idea. Merge this down. And I just want to undo and go back to the original eyes and do this guy here. Yep, merge down. And I like both ideas for face at least, for the face. We'll go for this for now and see where we go. I'll zoom in, or nope, we'll keep it here. And I'll move you to, well, no, we'll keep it there. And for the hair, I think it's too round. I do like roundness, but she doesn't really need round. She needs dark and grim. I think that's the feel we're going for, right? Maybe we kind of move this up here, and oh, actually, maybe something like that. Yeah. Her hair should look like it's dripping, and oh! Oh, the notification worked again! Lovely! Hi! Cowberry swirl, is that how you say it? Cowberry? Glad to see you move on over
Cowberry
here.
swirl raided with 6 viewers.
Thank you for the raid. Welcome to stream. Hi. I hope your raid was lovely. Hold on. I think I can do it, right? Shout out, and then at, and then Cal. Did I do it? I did it. Lovely. Thank you. I hope your stream was lovely. What we're working on right now is we're trying to draw some ghost sprites. I drew this lady a long time ago, and now using these sprites as reference from different old games that have ghosts in them, we're trying to make a new ghost sprite. So that's this new lady here. We're trying to ghostify this gal right here. I hope you had a lovely stream though. And hi, X-Job. Welcome to stream. And again, thank you, Cowberry Swirl for the raid. And the right one feels very Frisk like Undertale. It does feel like Frisk. I can see the Frisk and Dee Dee. 100%. Oh my. Let me go ahead and save here. The jellyfish was an idea, and that I was doing it because of the, well, now it looks like maybe like a demon with the horns, or Homestuck something. Maybe like, let's see, antennas. Looks like a beetle now. Oh, ears. Oh man, I could go on. Makes her look like a moth. Let's see, go ahead and save it here. Okay, so, hair. Let me Google wet hair. Maybe there's a guy I can look at. Wet hair, because we had the ring idea, but I quite like the angry eyes. I feel like the angry eyes add a lot. However, from what I'm seeing, wet hair usually hangs to the face, or some of it might hang to the face. So maybe what we can do, right, is go back to making her hair long with something like this. So long again, just a bit, something like that maybe. And then from there, what we could possibly do, look at pigtails. I do like pigtails indeed. And a long time ago, that can't be long months. Was she 8 months ago? I'd be surprised. And Calrate, welcome in. And thank you again. And pigtails. There's so many different designs you can give hair. That's what I like about it, especially when you're doing Pixelart, since it's that thing of, because it's so small already, just a few changes can add a different feel. Now she has claw hands. You could give her some bushy hair like mine, like the star, what do you call it? The star buns? The space buns. Tons of different things you can do. I want to see if we can maybe add like that. Like that, I think, would be good to add to her face. Where it looks like her hair is dripping now, right? So something like this, and then maybe like this, or no, hold on. Let's move this up just a little bit more, and then like that. Like, well, it kind of looks like her mouth, so maybe move it up a little bit more to like this. Like that. So maybe now it looks like her mouth. Then hi Clone, welcome to stream and mushroom hair. And hello, Foogle the slime, welcome to stream. Yeah, we're not trying to make her a mushroom lady. She's supposed to be a vengeful spirit of the well, and definitely not mushrooms. The mushrooms do go in wells, don't they? Something like that for hair, maybe. Then maybe have this guy kind of come out a little bit more. Nope, hold on. Something like that, maybe. Yeah. And the video was posted then, and drawing is probably slightly older. Oh yeah, I posted it probably a week apart, so I would assume 8 months ago. Yeah, if I had to guess, this lady is, she's old. She's pretty old, if I had to assume. And that won't look like a mouth once you add color, though. Very true, yeah. And if it's vengeful, the horns look cool, too. You make a fair point, yeah. But the thing is, where will the horns come into the idea of being like a well spirit, like an angry lady? She's angry at all the children for being ungrateful for all their wishes she's been granting over the years. That's where the idea comes from. But I like the horns, I do like them, but I'd have to figure out how they could be added. Oops, I'm not doing these guys here. There we are, lovely. And then something like that here, and then this would go here and there, like that. And then, let's see, something like you guys. Yeah, and, oh, is the division not dividing correctly? It's not. We're supposed to go here and there. There we go. And then maybe a little bit here and here. I'm not too sure about you guys. Yeah. And then there. Yeah. Nope. Go back. Yeah. And then maybe you. I'm not sure how I feel about you. Maybe here. Okay, I can work with that. And maybe the horns can be made of foam. Ooh, you're tempting me, I tell ya. Let's see. Save this guy here. And horns for foam. Foamy horns. Ooh, that does look cool. Can't tell me that does not look cool. Something like this. Like you. And that. Yeah. Okay, you know what? I think that's neat. So we're gonna do it. Let's see. Or actually, hold on. Let me move you up a little bit to something like, That's nice. I like it here. And yeah, it does look cool, doesn't it? It doesn't, but sometimes, you know what? Rule of cool. I do like the idea. We'll go ahead and see maybe this guy can come down a little bit. Or maybe this can go up. Maybe this guy can go here. Or no, actually I like the horns going in a smidge, that line there. Do I? No, I don't. I changed my mind. You can kind of go out a little bit here, I think. And maybe you can go like that. Something like that I think is neat. And then for here, yeah, you're gonna need to go in a little bit more there. Your horns can kind of go about there. Something like maybe here. Yeah, like that. And let's see. It looks cool. I was thinking more Rousey size horns, but that's epic. I say Rousey horns. I'll have to look at his horns again. Let's see. R-A-L-S-I. Like little tiny horns. I think that's what his horns look like. Yeah, little tiny horns. I think the big ones are always really neat. Like, go big or go home. Let's see. Now, I'm not too sure about her head, the top of her head. Something like that could possibly work. It's just this background guy here. I'm not too sure about. Do we go here like that? That doesn't look quite right. So maybe this like that. Yeah. Now, is there anything else? And one of his horns can be broken? Ooh. Let's see. But I do like me some asymmetry. Something like this and then like that. Maybe like that. Broken. That does look neat. I can say that in her. Yeah. She is a well lady. Maybe something like that. I don't know. I do think it's interesting, but I kind of do like the symmetry. Symmetry and me get along quite well. Yeah, I do like the idea though. And cracked horn, yeah. That's what you were saying too, Zero. I do like both. Yeah, cracked horn, non-cracked horn. What I'll do, compromise. I'll copy this guy with the cracked horn and we can save it for later. And I got a broken horn reference. I'm surprised with the broken horn idea, but I am not opposed to ideas, so sure, send it my way, Jack, and I can take a look at it. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. Let's see, sprite, canvas size, make you bigger. Yep. Go ahead and save ya. And, okay. Making sure I'm on Do Not Disturb, so just tell me when you send it, Jack, and I can look it up. I think that's all. Oh, right. We needed to add her coins, right? Her coins back. And hello, Eris. Welcome. Tilt's head back 55 degrees. Welcome back, Tim. Welcome. I hope you had a lovely time. And if it was broken on the other side, it would cause symmetry because the balls are asymmetrical. Oh, yeah. True. I say I love symmetry, and then I don't do the symmetry. You make a very fair point. Do you think the horn should be broken on the left or the right, though? That's the next question. Because there's more stuff going on here, so maybe more stuff should go on this side here. So maybe because there's more here, subtracting from this will add the horn eel and sentence. Sure. Let's take a look. Ooh, I am opening. Yeah, got ya. That makes a lot of sense, yeah. And let me drag and drop you. Okay. This is from the Binding of Isaac sent by Chuck, and I see, yeah. Okay. Kind of just a stump. Got ya. And maybe the horns are the two wooden supports that hold up the well's roof? Ooh, look at this lore. You know what? Yeah. Let's go with that. There's a reason behind everything, 100%. Let's go ahead and do something like this. And then, well, it was a stump here, but I don't know about stump. I want to make it look like there's actually insides to the horn, but maybe that's something that would have shading. But I'm thinking something like this, right? Where it's a bit here, but I don't like the way this guy looks. So it would be something more akin to this for the roundness of the horn. But I think this works. We can modify it later. The reference had it like that. but just for the sake of, what's the word I'm looking for? Perspective, we'll do this. But thank you again for sending that check. And we might need these for references when it comes to water, so I'll keep this open. I'll keep this guy open. I quite like the bottom of that water there. These guys, are you needed? Possibly for the wispy bit there. And I have been told to both avoid symmetry and to embrace symmetry, so to each their own. Yeah, symmetry is certainly a tool that can be used for your own benefit or sometimes for your not own benefit, depending on how you use it. Symmetry can enact a feel of order, while non-symmetry can feel like chaos. And then there's also just symmetry can also feel unnatural and like robots. Robots are very symmetrical, while non-symmetry can feel very natural. It depends. And are you keeping 2 colors? Nope. We're about to add color to it. But I do like this 2-color feel. I've been trying to get better, or I've been trying to find a better method I like for pixel art. And for me, at least right now, doing the 2 colors helps me get a feel for what I'm going for first before I start on everything else. And right, it depends on the purpose and theme. Yep. And this idea of the broken horn, because I still did not fully become a demon. It's going from a well spirit to a well demon. But we are trying to go for ghosts. But I mean, ghost demons are kind of in the same realm. Let me make sure I don't miss anything, or didn't miss anything. That's been read about symmetry. Yep. Horn. Okay, and good. And I was thinking somewhat for the foam vibe. Yeah, I can see like maybe foamy bits there, and imagine this is where we were carrying grocery bags. I'm happy with where we're at now. I quite like her. You know, she's moving on up in the world. She's doing her thing. Let me go ahead and hide and show you. Now, what are you doing? Oh, okay. We'll do sketches, and now we add the color, which should be a lot of fun. Let me go ahead and undo you here and do you like this. Yep. And we'll do the ad break. That way we don't get interrupted. If I go ahead and click this guy here. Yep. That way we can do different portions and sections. I think taking a nice rest here would be a great option. And it gives me time to do lemonade and everything. BRB, perfect timing. Yeah, a great BRB break before we get into color. As usually I stream from 1 to 5 p.m. EST. Right now it is 3:30 for me, so we have about an hour and a half left. And you can't tell me that the top right bubble doesn't look like a face with one eye visible? Top right? Left? Right? Eye visible? I don't see it. Interesting you say that. Oh, we forgot to add the coins, right? Hold on. Coin. Let's see. Layers, all of you guys. Yep. Sketches. We wanted to add the coins. So something like this. And how many coins do we add? I don't know if it's possible to add the coins back, do you think? But I really do like my coins. And I remember the game Forgotten Anne. It was great, but the character is a sprite and has a glove on her only on one hand, but that mirrored the sprites to save time so that it looked... Hold on. I remember the game Forgotten Anne. It was great, but the character is a sprite and has a glove only on one hand, but they mirrored the sprite to save time so that looked wrong. I see. Got ya. You see the face now? That's good. And Bubba looks like Chain Chomp. I'm not saying it, at least for the Chain Chomp guys. I'm guessing you're talking about the guys from Mario, if I had to guess. Chain Chomp. I'm just wondering about the coins. There's like a little guy here for coins. Maybe we do bubbles instead, but I really like my coin idea. I don't want to give it up if I don't have to. Can we keep the coins? I don't think we can. I don't know if it's possible given how small it is now. I was able to do the coins because she was so big, but my coins, my adorable coins, how can you tell she's a well spirit? She's a water. I feel like that's clear enough to understand. The fact that she's kind of got some demonish features. Angry, also, you know, easy to understand. What about my well? And those are the coins? It's really been a while since the OG ghost. Yeah, these are supposed to be coins because she's supposed to be the spirit of a wishing well. So the idea I was trying to get across is this is supposed to be the water for her body and her hair, and then the coins in her chest are her all the coins that kids have given her over the years. But because recently children have been getting greedy in the village and selfish, she's been instead taking the children's souls and collecting their coins. And now the hope is that you go through this dungeon as this where is she at? This little gal right here. Your soul gets stolen as well, and now you have to navigate through the area. And maybe she could have coins in her foamy horns? Maybe. Possibly. Maybe the coins shouldn't have outlines. Maybe that's the thing. It's tricky to do right now because they're outlines. or maybe they could be a thing to solve the color. And I'm thinking Ghastly, but then I was also always way more of a Pokemon guy than Mario. I have not played Pokemon nor Mario. And drop coins like Sonic, make up broken coins maybe. Is there anywhere I could look at a reference like that? And welcome back from the break, by the way. Let me go ahead and copy all of you. Oh, hold on. Copy all of you. Move you over here. And oh, nope. I'm looking at you. Wrong sprite to reference from. It's you I'm looking at. I was wondering why the water looked different. And let's move you up here. Okie dokie. So, one thing, well, before this lady, I don't think I did a color study. So she also has different coloring. And she was based off of these guys. However, these monsters weren't here. She was here, and this tile map was also here when we were working on the tile map. So we'll try to make her blend in with this area here. And Bubble looks like change. Oh, I did for that. Good. And maybe the coin could be in her sleeve. Maybe. We do have a few areas. I think possibly it's going to be a thing of not worrying about the outline. And a picture of coin stacked on her head. Ooh, maybe like a coin hat could work. Possibly. That's an idea. Let's see. Tile map here. Let me move the tile map over. You about here. And then down a little bit, maybe. Move the monsters down here. There we go. Oh, we're gonna need more space. Oh no. You know, monsters, are you really necessary for here? I'll get rid of this little ghost girl. Oh, never mind. You'll get rid of... Yep, there you go. And then we'll paste her. Hold on. Delete. And copy. And coin crown. Oh, that'd be an interesting one. But we're not going for royalty quite. She's supposed to be like a, maybe... Well, she's supposed to be good guy turned bad and sour. And a hat and an airstream. I do plan to do a hat study soon. That is one thing I want to do. I want to get to having good good hats. Since my game involves necromancer, which is a witch, and I'm not quite good at drawing witchy hats. That's on my to-do list. I was just spending a whole stream trying to draw hats. As also there was the cowboy hat wasn't there, and that was painful. And maybe something more like a tiara. But that's still royalty, and she's not royalty. She's certainly, because she comes from a more, yeah, cool, well, not cool kids, but just village, a folk village. So it's a thing of old spirit. Used to be happy, he's gone sour. Let's see. To start off, and this is going to be, I think, tricky, right? The colors. Initially, I had her skin as blue. I was trying to do white. You can see some outlines are white, but considering, well, some of these guys are blue, like these guys here. So I think blue is an option. We have, let's see, these aren't more so people, but they're purple-ish. We're going for watery. So I think maybe like a light blue that leans on the side of white. And there's so much to witch hats, and there's so many false believers with witch hat designs that can't be accepted. What is your take on these witch hats, Eska? What would you, since you seem to be the the hat critic here, what would you say? I quite like these guys. I do, but they feel like they don't fit quite right on the heads if I just looking at them. But I do like them a lot. Let me go ahead and save this guy here. And this is going to be our color layer. Save it. And now, let's see. I think starting off, maybe we have this kind of whitish color. I'm gonna move this more towards this here. And I think this should be the color for her skin, maybe. Maybe we can go a little bit for another tone, maybe a little bit lighter. But these guys here we already do have, so we can use them to our advantage here. And why are you angry? Is it this it, or, color? Yeah, uncontinuous. Oh, it's always this line here that likes to do the thing. And the big hat on the face is fine, but the witch hat on the blurry one is too small. This one here, too small, do you mean? I think I can see it. I think I can see it. I think it's understandable. There's shading here. I do like that. And which hats should be either large or super large. I do like them when they're very big or super tiny. All in between are meh. Yeah. And they need a level of slouchiness. Yeah. They can't be too stiff. Yeah. Agreed. And what about coin belt? Oh, I do like the coin belt. Or blending in a coin in one of the eyes. Ooh. I do like that idea. Great idea. And think of the lore. The well was essential to the village. One day she developed an ego. Not so much an ego, more so that she felt not appreciated. So she decided, you know what, since you kids are asking for fancy stuff and you don't, what's the word I'm looking for? You don't think you, no, it's not the word I'm thinking of. You don't appreciate what you have, I'll give you something to appreciate. And then she took the souls. That's the backstory. Let's see. These guys are two-tone colors. Shading wise, I think we should go for something maybe, well, for these guys here, at least, they're super detailed. They have the white areas and then the dark colors, so they do more so flat tones. Maybe that's what we can start off with. For this one, I feel like it's slimy because a lot of it is the same color, but I do like the gold belt. I feel like the gold belt is a great idea. So instead, what we can do here is something like, let's see, something like this. Oh, hold on. Might be a little bit tricky because of the sizing. Something like this, and this. Nah, hold on. I think the belt is possible. If we maybe do... The sizing is the issue here. Something like that. It doesn't feel like a gold belt, does it? And let's see, coin and eyes is a good idea because they used to put coins in people's eyes after they died. Ooh, fair point, yeah. Maybe one of her eyes can have a coin in them then? Or like a glinting eye? Yeah, I do like that idea a lot, yeah. Coin eyes and everything. That does sound really great. Let's see. I'm wondering about the coin bit here. Could that be seen as a coin, do you think? Or maybe it's more so like this, and then we can kind of round it out for the coin. And then for here, the coin eye could possibly be, and I'm not sure why this is shaded in, or where that came from. Are you in the other guys? You are. Oh, that's part of your face. Never mind then. It should be like this. There we go. And you two people are cooking. Oh man, I do remember the coin thing. That's a really great point. Something like this, do you think? To match or mirror that guy up there? That could work, yeah. And then angry eye here. So for the eye, do you think it should be white? Or what colors did we say? There's red, there's black. Black could possibly work. What color do you think her hair should be? I'm thinking maybe a dark blue to symbolize darkness. So maybe I'll just grab this guy over here and we'll see about doing symmetry tool. I think for this guy will work. Let me go ahead and slide you over. Right now we're just focusing on the flat colors first, getting a feel for those guys before we continue. So we'll see how this goes. Let me zoom in a little bit here and see about adding ear color. Something like that here, and then we do possibly here, and yeah. Do we want a separator for these guys? I feel like, I don't know. And a dark green could work for the eyes? Interesting. For the coins, you mean? I was thinking yellow because of the coins, but I could also see dark green, yeah. For the hair here, once I added the interior, it doesn't look as neat, does it? Like this is cool, but then we added everything, and then it just ended up being, interesting. One thing you can do is just not do the outline for the inside of the hair. That does work here. I think they do it for some areas, possibly. No, for the non-coin eye. Oh, yeah. Dark green could be interesting. I do see it. Yeah, we can certainly try. I'm looking for hair references. You have one? That has some shading on the inside. I should have a Pokemon reference somewhere nearby. I usually have them. The characters just in general. This is audio. Let me quickly grab it from, I think, this guy here? No, this guy here. Yeah. And should the coin eye look weathered? Maybe. Or maybe it looks clean because she's treasured the coins, which is why she's so heartbroken that the kids have taken her for granted. Because, you know, she's used to limelight, and then they started abandoning her. They started making mockery of her craft of wish granting. You know, that's the thing. Maybe adding some genie feel to her could also help with the whole well idea. Let me go ahead and do where we at characters, people. I should have some people here somewhere. I'm not seeing them. And I think what I can do is do file open reset. I should have one for Gabby. PC computer, Isaac, diamond. Was it? No, it wasn't you. Nope, don't have it. Okay. Let me search the files a little longer. If I can't find them, we'll have to go with another character instead. Oh, no, I found ya. Us, there we are. One of my favorite sprites has gotta be from Pokemon. They do such great character work. What I wanted to see was if they did outlines for where the hair separates the head. And you can see, right, there's an outline for here. There's no outline for the inside. That's what I wanted to check. Outline, sometimes there is. I think if the hair is going overlapping. If the hair is overlapping, well, for the most part, well, here the hair has an outline, right? Outline. Maybe it's more so selective. Outline. Semi-outline here. Interesting. All right. Interesting. I think it depends then, is the answer I'm being given. Let's go back to here. Okay. Maybe what we can do is then add some, let's see. And maybe add you like that there. And then that there. Maybe we can do this here and move you down here. Yup. But then this kind of looks a little silly, it being so big. I might modify that. For now, let's see. So for here, maybe adding the hair bits here. And then we need to add the other areas. So we'll do that in a second. I'll go ahead and add the hair there. I think that here would help add to the hair feel, possibly. And if I'm looking here, right, I'm trying to judge it based off of this. I kind of feel like the horn rounding, or the rounding horn feels a little funny. Maybe something like this could help. And then maybe we can do something like this and this. Add a bit of rounding, maybe that there. I'm just looking and I'm trying to see, does this feel right? And it doesn't quite. And oh, I did read that, good. And isn't the very front of the head the part lacking outline? Very front of the head, the part lacking outline? If we go back, let's check. Sometimes there's an outline, sometimes there's not. Let's see, well, we can't do it. Let's see, like there's an outline here, right? Between the head, the face, and the ear. If we go here, there's also a semi-outline for some of the areas. This looks like the front, and then there's a little bit, and then the underneath, so I'm guessing it's more so to do with shading. As really, you're not looking at these sprites this close up. You're usually looking at them more here, is the feel you're going for. There's some outlines here on the front, and there's also outlines on the side. There's different, I'm seeing different results depending on different characters. Here, it seems like it's all outline. Here, some outline, right? We have outline here, but in the back of the hair, not. So maybe it's the opposite instead, as you can see, right? A little bit of outline. There's outline for the face, but not for the hair. Outline for the hair, not outline for the face. Maybe that's the detail to this, to getting it right. But then again, right? No outline for the head and no outline for the hair. It's just hair and head. And this also no outline for hair and head, though some of it is in an outline. But seems to be a little random in that part, but I'm sure there is a method to the madness. Something like this might work out a little bit better. Maybe what we can do is add, yeah, maybe something like that. Hold on. Something like that. Maybe we can make it smaller, like you here. And then maybe make you trippier, like that. Maybe more like this. Okay. You'll get used, don't you worry. I'm just modifying this for now, so we can get a feel for it. And then for here, yeah, okay. For the horns, I think this is fine. I do think this kind of curve is good. And I did read those, okay, good. And then maybe for here, we have the outline for the face, possibly. So this highlight here, maybe the outline can be this, but then it kind of, oh, nope, that is that. For the outline for the face, let's see. Maybe like a darker color, move it more towards blue. Maybe this can be the outline. And beforehand, I did have an outline for the face, and it was this guy here. It does look a little bit different, doesn't it? What I'll do is I'll save this color here. You can use it later. And we'll go ahead and select this guy. Okay. So, the hair needs some work. That is certainly the case. And I think also the eye would also be something maybe like that. For the coin. And, well, it's probably stupid to look for patterns when there shouldn't be strict ones. Well, some games do have strict patterns. Some games don't. I think this is an example of a game that doesn't, but there's some that do. Some have a method to their madness, but yeah, others don't, certainly. For this guy here, it's kind of already yellowish, so I'm going to bring it up a little bit more to the yellow. Maybe up here for our yellow eye. So it doesn't have a lot of contrast, so I'll bring it here a little bit more. Maybe a little bit darker here. I don't like it, it looks a little bit too green. So something like this I think works out a little bit better. We can move that there. And then for the eye, you were mentioning like a darker green. Maybe, let's see, we'll grab you. Go to green, go to like a darker green. Possibly down here. Darker. That, less saturated. Something like that, possibly maybe even darker. A little less down there. That's not quite green. So maybe something like that could work. From here, let's see. And hi, Dejak. Welcome back to stream. Welcome. Let's see. Certainly, we can also add hair back here. That also might make it feel more akin to body and hair. And yeah, I think that helped. Something like this instead. Feels more in line, I feel like. With wrapping around the hair and it being separated. You can see here too where I didn't have the outline, and I do think it went well. And then maybe what we can do is have some hair come out. But I don't think that's gonna work quite well. Maybe it can come out like this here, and then that's kind of like that line there, but I think this works better. I think having that droopy hair, but I'm not sure about the coin eye. I like the idea, but I don't know if it could be implemented. It might have to be something like this, where it's a long coin, and then like this could be different color eyes, maybe? I don't know. Well, we'll try both eyes and see what happens, and I'll get some more lemonade. Hello there. Hi, Smetch. Welcome back to stream. She's getting spooky? Yeah, isn't she? I'm glad you like her. And if we were to do, and maybe the coin could be smaller in her right eye, it can make the other eye look bigger. Do you mean like this? Or like this? For smaller eye? Just wondering how we're gonna texture it. We'll probably have to do something like this, right? Or hold on, like that for the glint of the eye, or glint of the coin. Thinking, yeah, not too sure. If we just grab this, paste this, flip it, and do like this, I feel like this looks better, just feel-wise, compared to the other one. So there's always trying other methods too. And do we give her a mouth? And maybe the coin could be more like a pupil? Ooh, I mean like this? Hold on, this? Ooh, yeah, that could work. It could be like this, one singular pupil in her eyes. Do you think it should be both? Nah, I think one looks good, looks really good. Maybe we can draw some of her hair here and add like here. Yeah, like that. What do you think? And add hair here. Maybe even do this here. Nah, I think this is good. And thanks for the time. My body needs to sleep, so I have no choice but to stop for the day. Bye-bye. Bye-bye, Ignorant. Thanks for coming and thanks for chatting. And I hope I hope you have some well-deserved rest from all that studying and thinking. And now it's epic. Yeah. Thanks, Jack. And that makes her so much evil. Yeah. Thank you for the suggestions. So do you think it should be like this and this, or this and this? I kind of like this and this. I feel like that's a lot better. Now for her body, let's see. What do we do? For her, yep, that's good. Okay. So from there, we have her hands, we have the water. Now for her dress, what color do you think? And hi, Sanapa. I don't remember if you were here earlier, so I'll just say welcome to you X2 if you were here earlier, and then we'll yeah, words. But look all the same. Let's see. Okay. Now for her clothing was originally blue. It was blue like the water. So do we want to go the water route again? And reminds me of Chris Deltarune in this chapter 1 ending. Yeah, I can see it. Yeah, the glinting eye. What was it, like really red? So something like, oh, hold on, like this. Or the, like, more so like this, the evil eye that got shown. Maybe we can do this here. Ghosts are usually very light in color, right? You can see here, even here, they had lighter colors. Spooky, scary, skeleton, all those things. So we'll see if maybe we don't go that route, or maybe keep that route. So maybe we go here instead, and we go more towards cool colors, because cool, well, darker, so maybe something like that instead. But they look similar, right? And we don't want to do similar. So maybe we can lean more towards greenish blue. So something like, maybe this can work better. But I don't quite like it. We have a deep blue here, we have a green here, maybe something in between. Oh, hold on. We have this, so maybe something like this can work out a little bit better. Though I don't quite like that color, so maybe something like this. And then we can go ahead and fill that in. All of these guys here. And fill you in for all of you. Bum, bum. And you guys, well, I like the thick outline here. And I did read that, good, okay. Fill you in, all of you, yep. And that, and this. Okay, and let's see, yeah, I think that works out well. Okay. And maybe for these bubbles, we can also do that. So now we can get that glint of the bubble feel. Something like that instead. We have this, and we fill these guys in. And then we have this here, and it is all of these guys. This is the rest of the bubble now being bubbleized. And it really needs shading, but for a rough version, it's working nice. Thank you. Yeah, shading certainly would help. I agree, 100%. But for the flats, I do like the flats. I think the flats are working out well. For the horns bits, if we do like foam, it would look like this, which I think is fine. Yeah, kind of adds to the other colors too. So I think that works out well. For this water here, we also do this color here and that color there. Now, I think that's good. Yeah. Something like this. So this would be our flats. And now we can move on to the shading. See how we feel about those guys. I'll go ahead and actually call this flats. Save it, duplicate you, move you to shading, like that. Slide that flats over, and we'll continue from our shading. All right, so for shading, some shading we can do. For these ghosts, if we look at them, they tend to have dark outlines, I think. If we're looking here, well, these guys have dark outlines, but I think it's more to do with Shovel Knight. But even here, there's directional lighting. They're lighter outlines. Let's see. And the horns could really use some dark gray spots for their bubbles. Ooh, interesting. Yeah, we can certainly do that. Let's see. This is Pokemon colors. This doesn't have an outline. This has a blue outline. Yeah, like a dark blue outline for these guys. This one, it's a white outline, so they seem to be just regular outlines. There doesn't seem to be any dependent thing on it being ghost. But I really want to make it feel ghost. So we'll see. We will keep going. Go ahead and save it here. So what I'll do is I'll just do dark outlines just to start. And what I'll do is I'll go down here. I'll go closer to blue. And then we'll go ahead and maybe even do a little bit darker here. Like that. I don't like that. Maybe a little less saturated. Yeah, like that. I like that a lot. We'll do this guy here. I think this will help it feel a little livelier by adding the colored outlines. And this should be like that there. Or, nah, I feel like that would be the horns. There you go. And then all this here. And I think this is symmetrical. So we'll save this here. And this would be that's her hair outline. And then we have a darker outline here for you. And you to you kind of feel similar. So is there any way we can make it different? I'm not too sure. Maybe we can go for a darker green instead. And then you're kind of different, but we want to add maybe some contrast. Maybe make you darker here. Yeah, like that. And if I could ask, from where are the ghosts under the Stardew, Grandpa in the reference sheet? Do you mean this guy? These ghosts here? I'm guessing, possibly? It was too loud. My apologies. So tasty, I say to the lemonade. But if you are talking about these guys, I believe it's from Loop Hero. Yep, Loop Hero. If I do study, you should find a link to Loop Hero. And is there a place where I can add references? Smedge, if you're in the Discord, you can put any references you'd find to ghosts and things of that nature in the ghost area of the references, or in the ghost discussion area. And again, yep, no worries. That's why I try my best to, whenever I do these studies, have the layers. That way I can always say, oh, what's that one? This one, go check it out. As these games and having these references and having a website like the Sprite's resources, oh man, such a game changer. Back when I did this Sprite, I didn't have these guys as references. It was all in my mind, and now that I have these references, I'm able to do a lot more with my time, which is really nice. I'm telling ya, I don't know where I'd be without that website. So let's see. I'm gonna do all of these colors as this kind of greenish tone, and ooh, it's quite nice. That is quite nice indeed. Certainly softened her up. I'm wondering, maybe this green or this green? I think the green works better, truth be told. So, and I'm also too zoomed in. I'll zoom out here. Yep. And then from there, let's see. So for the bubbles, I think, or what do I think? Where should we start with shading? I feel like it's usually going bit by bit, right? So if we're taking a look at some of these guys, they usually use two tones, or sometimes there's a bit of a layering effect. This feels maybe more so jellyfish-like, where there's three different colors. There's a light here, and then they're kind of rounded out. That is something we can try. For here, there's only two colors. There's a dark, deep color. I can't find it, so in general, they go, hold on, Smudge. If there's a mod, I don't know if Lester Escobar is here. Would you mind adding Smudge in the, well, actually, I'll show you. To those of you who want to, or who are currently drawing pixel art, and time for me to get some sleep, have a great stream. Thanks for coming, Daniel. Thanks for, chatting. Well, I don't think you did chat much, but you did chat a little bit. And chatting or not, or lurking or not, thanks for coming around. And I do hope you get some sleep. You well-deserved rest. Rest well. Let me go back into, and I could see bluish outlines working for the bubbles. Yeah, we can certainly try. Let me go back to this guy here, just to show any of you. And let me do this guy here, I believe, yep. And let me do this here. Yep. So if you happen to draw some ghosts, we can take a look at them at the end of stream. If you do the Discord there, and from the welcome page here, if you scroll down to see Pixelart Study with me, you go to this ghost guy here, and you can click them, and put any art you do, or any references you can think of in here. The nice part about this is that you can see for, oh, hold on, that's spoiling, I don't want to see it yet. For previous studies we've done, like for rock, people have posted their rocks, and that's the idea is that we gather our information up. So if that's of interest to you, that's right there. And let me go back into draw. Okay, so let's try some dark shading, I suppose, would be the best approach for this, and the blue outline for the bubbles. Yep, sure. Okay, so you're saying for these guys here, oh, hold on, it's symmetrical. Let me turn you off and zoom out a little bit. You never really want to go fully zoomed in, right? Let me zoom in, zoom out, and do you guys here. I feel like, oh, wrong color. Should be the really dark color. And what software do you use for taking notes? If I do exclamation FAQ, it's called Puref, P-U-R-E-R-E-F. All the programs you see me using on screen, you should be able to find that there in that link, and there it'll also link you to the website. But if you're talking about this one right here, P-U-R-E-R-E-F, it is free, which is always really nice. I try my best to find free programs, but some of the ones I use unfortunately aren't free. But I try, if they're not free, to at least be one-time payments. For example, Aseprite only have to pay for it one time, and I think it's a certainly worthy investment. For some people, they can't get it, which is why Aseprite also has the option of compiling it, which is a way to get it for free as well. You gotta put a little bit of work into it, a little bit of elbow grease. Let me go ahead and put that in there. Yep. Maybe we can also make the horns this as well for our foamy guys here. And thanks so much. Thanks for asking, as that means you're curious and want to get started with stuff and things. And if I can help you do that, it made my day. Let's see. Yeah, something I realized a few months, I say a few months, but months ago, is that there's not a lot of Pixelart people. There's your big guys, but I don't see many small Pixelart people. So the idea of being able to help people find Pixelart and learn about it, that way there's more Pixelart stuff and resources out there, I just think is great. Then that means there's more stuff I can look at. That's that idea of, yeah, you get to learning so I can get to watching. Well, I hope you all are enjoying watching me. You know, a give and take. Let's see. Maybe this guy can come out here, but I quite like the loop feel. Maybe these guys can come, yeah, I quite like it like that. And all loaded in general. Smudge, if you could move the stuff to the other one. As, yeah, general's not the place for it. Let me go ahead and move this to here. And maybe move it to, like, that instead. That certainly moved the feel of it. But I also feel like this wasn't right to begin with. So maybe, like, let's see, this here, and like that. So maybe something like this works out a little bit better. Or maybe if we move it to here, maybe like here, so it looks like it's drooping. Something like this. And then, hold on, something like that. Can possibly work it a little bit more. Move that down a little bit. Yeah, I like that a lot more. And compiling Aseprite didn't go well for my potato laptop, so watch out, I guess. I mean, compiling I know for certain is difficult. I had to figure out how to compile Godot, and that took like a week for me to understand. However, I ended up understanding it, and it helps a lot, because compiling is something that you will need at one point or another, especially if you get into Godot. That's the thing of, you know what, taking it already while I can. And I like the shading here, so I'll keep the shading here. That shading there could possibly be this guy here. And I think that works. Or maybe we can even go all the way down, but I like the silhouette. We'll keep the silhouette like this. Let's see. Anything else I can clean up while we're here? And no, she's skipping arm day now. Who needs arm day? Who needs arms with legs like these? I quite like the round area. We'll keep that round guy there. Maybe even move that guy here. Or do we add this guy here? I think, I quite like the round feel of this, so we'll keep it. And then for this guy here, I think that works out. And for that shading there, yep. For the drippy bits, yep. Okay, I think it's cleaned up from what it was. This is, yeah, Doesn't it? Well, the color too changes a lot, but just the difference, I think, helps. However, I'm not sure how I feel about the arms. And who needs arms with a whoosh like that? Exactly. He's got the whoosh. Maybe we can make them just a little bit bigger. Just a little bit. Maybe like this. Like that. Maybe up a little bit more. Maybe something like that. Nah. I think this is fine. Maybe moving her arms up or down. And are you making a game asset right now? Nope. This is not a game asset. However, I hope to take the knowledge I learned to make game assets, as I will be putting Ghost in my game. Right now, this is a bit of a side project. It's a study project. Previously, I studied how to make tile maps, so we have a tile map here. Previously, I've studied how to make monsters, so we have monsters from the study. And I, once upon a time, made a ghost for this area, and the ghost is my biggest sprite to date, but she didn't fit with the aesthetic, and I also think she's not very ghost-like. So today we're working on making a new version of her, and that way I can get a better understanding of ghosts, so that when I put them in my game, I can make them feel like ghosts. But welcome. Hold on. Echapiriano? Yanto, maybe? welcome to stream. My apologies in advance for butchering, as I am certain I did that. I did not have a good feeling with that one. If you can tell me how to pronounce it, well, I can try my best to. Let's see. And got it. Yep. Thank you, Smetch. Let's see. So for this here, I like her shoulders, so we'll do that there. Maybe even that there, and oh, that does make her look like she has a skull. Like that. Floating head. Okay. What do you think about a floating head? And I see that's a cool project. Thank you. I'm happy you think so. Really, I am. It's nice to hear. It's always nice to hear, it's the little things. So maybe, maybe what we can do is something like this, and then like that, and that would certainly make her feel more ghosty, right? Floating head. Something like this here, and oh, hold on. Oh, I'm not too angry at that. And her head's a bubble. Yeah. Great idea. Yeah. The ideas make themselves. Let's see, something like this. Just not sure what to do about her chest. I certainly think we can add like driplets here that would drop down as they're going downwards. I think that's neat. Here, I quite like the rounding area, or maybe what we can do is do something like this and then move that. I think I'm at the exact point that I was before. Maybe we can make this deeper to add a more chest feel. Yeah, I think this adds more of a chest feel. Maybe then we can do this, or maybe we can just keep it like that. I think that can work too. But I like the bubble idea. A floating bubble, yeah. Like all of these guys. That's perfect. Maybe then what we can do is add the round edge there, but I don't quite like the round. Like the other bubbles are round, and I added the outline, but I don't think it fits as well. Maybe if we do the darker color? What do you think? I don't think so. I think without the lines. And remember the Shudda guy from Deltarune? It had eyes and its round hands thingy. I'm starting to see things I don't want to see now. Good. The Shudda guy was very creepy. Very creepy indeed. I'm glad it emits that sort of uncanny feel. That's nice to hear. Let's see. Yeah, I think this is good. And let's see. She looks like Spooky from Spooky's Jump Scare Mansion, at least the same pose and colors. I can see the Spooky, yeah. I can see it certainly. Whoa, man. Yeah, 100%. Let's see. Okay. So now for shading, as I think we have everything we need. This guy here could maybe be a little bit darker for this area. So I'm gonna go down a little bit. We can go a little cooler, maybe. Ooh, nope. We want darker areas for here and here, because that's the darkness. But they're kind of darker than the outline. Usually you want the outline to be the darkest thing about them. However, I think this is fine. I mean, our hands could be interpreted as eyes. Oh. An eye here and an eye here. Oh, yeah. I can see it. And then the smile, right? Hold on. Yeah. Oh, man. Oh, man. Why would you do that, check? Now I can't unsee it. Terrible, I tell ya. What I'll do now is I'll add some shading to the bottom. So like an outline, shaded outline. We'll go ahead and go all the way around here, downtown and around. For this area here to show off, hey look, this is the shaded bit here. Something like that. And then since this is the inside, we'll also do this maybe like that there. Nah, I like the silhouette of this. And then let's see here, also outline. Let me go ahead and save this here. And this is also the bottom, so we'll use this guy here for the bottom of the shading of the outline. Like this here, maybe even do... I think this is fine. And then we'll do that here. So that's the kind of bottom bits. And this is the bottom to this area here. So maybe what we can do is do... Oh, not too bad, but going for something else. So something like that instead, maybe? Nah, don't like it. My mind has been changed. Something like this I think is fine. And then here we have the water droplets, yep. And I think the water droplets could be blue, watery, actually, like... Let's see, something like that maybe instead. The issue is that they don't really fit in with the scene quite well. And she's supposed to blend in with this scene she's in right now. Right now. She's supposed to blend in with the scene. That was one of the hopes, to put her in here. And I think right now, she's a little bit too saturated. So maybe if we kind of bump these colors a bit, something like this instead. Moves her, right? From this to this. Then maybe from this to... kind of this. Yeah. See the difference a little bit? This is a little bit too saturated, so unsaturated a little bit. And then this green here, super saturated, so let's lower the saturation. Something like this, and then that's also super saturated, so let's lower the saturation a little bit. Yeah. Didn't that help kind of merge her into the background a little bit more? Put her in place with everything. The issue is, I think these guys were shaded differently. Yeah, they're all a single color. Let's say okay. It's that want to do partly. And what about making her head more droopy? Less like a bubble, more like floaty water? Do you mean maybe like this? And then maybe, let's see. More droopy. More droopy. Maybe like this and then like this. Nope. Something like, like that. No. I quite like this kind of looking like she's looking directly straight into your soul. That is nice. So either this or yeah. I do like this. But I don't think you can also tell that's a eye if you don't know what you're looking for. We'll also keep it this way. I think that's a little bit better. Let's see, what else can we do? So for this guy here, we're gonna need a darker color. Let's go down, darker, more into the bluer side of things. And this looks fine. We'll do this guy here, for the darker shading. And then from there, these guys will be darker because they're on the edges. And then this guy will also be darker because we're on the edges here. And then from there, let's see, well, all of this can be darker. That is a-okay to be. And then for this here, we can also make the hair darker. Let's see, go down, and since we're going less saturated, I'll go this way instead. And then from here, maybe this is the hair in the back and the hair in the front, the difference of the two. Oops, uncontinuous there. I move that there. Something like this maybe, where we can see like that. And then let's see. We can also do these guys here, maybe up top because they go backwards on the head. Possibly like this because they're getting inside the in bits. And then for here, I'm a-wondering. I'm a-thinking. We do this like here. Nah, I think it's fine to do something like this. These are the hair going down. And for the darker shade of the face, right, we can go down again and go towards maybe the green. Or no, we need to go towards the blue because it's darker. So something like this here for showing, oh, she's angry. And also less saturated for you. It also needs to be darker. So possibly like that. Yeah, I think that works out better. For our yellow, maybe a little bit brighter now that we have that brighter tone. So I quite think this works out fine. So something like that I think works well. Let me go ahead and save it here. And then from there, let's see. We have that guy, that's for lighting. Now for the area here, we're gonna need some shading. Maybe the shading will do us well. I like how there's some white here, but I think we're kind of a little bit too far away from white for it to look quite well. So I'm not too sure on that area there. So let's see. This will be where it's dark. And then this guy here, maybe we make this darker and then have the area for the light guy. Possibly maybe what we can do is do like this and then have this as the, well, this would all be dark I think because this is the front of the cloak, right? All of this might be like here, which is all dark, and that's all bright. And then this guy here is also all dark, and then that's all bright. And I missed some water, or I did have some water. There we are. It's less blue. It's more greenish for the well water. I think that works out well. Because of the mossy feature, right? And then I think we can also shade her hands, or maybe shade some of her hands. And from a shiny lady to an actual horror-looking gal, one of your coolest works, to be honest. Thank you, Jack. I'm really happy to hear it. Horror's not something I do quite often. Well, I don't do it at all. I don't think I have any horror. Oh, no, I tried to make a spooky guy once, and it didn't go well. However, this was an attempt to make a more ghost-like figure, so I'm glad you're getting that ghost feel. I am really happy. I'm happy to hear it. See, maybe something like this for her hands. Yeah, maybe, possibly. I don't know anymore. Maybe like that. Maybe her thumb can go back in line. Oh, thumb can go back, but nah. Or maybe her thumb can go forward. Maybe we can do this like this. What do you think? I fill this in here. We do like this. Does it make her look like she has grabby hands that are gonna grab ya? 2 front fingers and then another finger there. Maybe if we do like that there, this there. Oh, now she looks like a robot. Oh boy. I think the little hands were fine, but I don't know if I want them shaded. Like this or like that, the other one. Something like that or that. I think non-shaded is fine. Truthful, but do we want to partially? Nah, I think partially is okay. Okay. From there, we're gonna need some lights, some highlights, and I think this is where the unnatural feel might start to come in at. Oh, we're also gonna need more shading on here, right? So let's see. This guy here might do like, oh, hold on. Like that for the bottom. Maybe we can even just do like this, but I think this is fine for the bottom. And since this looks like almost, kind of looks like it's part of the top and bottom. So maybe we don't even have to do the coin belt if we don't wanna. But I kind of like the coin belt. I do think it adds a nice feature. Maybe not even that big. Maybe we can even make it like a little small. Maybe it's off to the side. And what about one hand shaded on the side where the horn isn't broken? So you mean like this? Hold on. Horn not shaded, so something like this, where the horn isn't broken. So something like that. Hand shaded on the side where the horn isn't broken. More asymmetry. So something like this. Huh. I'm not too opposed to that, truth be told. And here, there's maybe like a belt. I can certainly see that being like a thing, right? Maybe what we can do is have it kind of curl out a little bit. Instead, it comes down here and like that. That's more of a belt, right? And then from there, let's see. Yep, I think that's good. And here, now, do ghosts usually get shines in their hair? I don't think so. I think it depends, but usually not. You can see here, right? Not a lot. There's some ghosts. Well, this ghost gets shine in her hair. She's a really ghostly gal. This guy kind of gets shine in his hair. So I think, you know, depending on the ghost you ask, it's possible. Interesting. Okay. So maybe what we can do is, well, first we need to have that highlight. And this guy has some highlights as well. So I think we're fine to go. I'll go ahead and I'll make this brighter. We'll up that saturation, up that blue a bit, and up it a lot more apparently. And we'll just go from here towards blue, so lighter and darker. Now, I'm trying to make it bright, and then more towards maybe you. Something like that could work. Yeah, something like this. And then you, so we can do symmetry tool on, and do you, and do all of you here. Oh, come on. Like that, and like that. And then from there, let's see. I think this can also work here, because it's all at the top. Maybe? Possibly? We'll see. From there, we can also see about maybe doing a highlight here, because it's popping out. Maybe also a highlight here, to show it's popping out. But, nah, I don't think that'll work. I think this highlight's fine, because it's kind of popping out. And then we have the darker guy that's popping in. I think that's a-okay. From here, maybe we have that highlight for her hair. Maybe we go up and here. Oh, hold on. We grab this guy. We go up, and we go up here, though. Oh, no, it still kind of pops out, I think. I think there's enough darkness, but maybe we can just do this. Nope. We're gonna need it to really pop. So I'll go down here a little bit to here, and that might make it have enough contrast to account for the hair. So something like this maybe, to show off, hey look, she's glowing, is the hope to get across with all of these guys here. I don't know how well that's taking it. Maybe something like this instead. For her hair? Possibly. Maybe this guy down here. Maybe you can go down here. Oh, hold on. Undo and do. You and you. Something like that. Okay. I don't see that too bad. This versus this. Maybe that works out a little bit better. From there, right, these horn guys. Now, we were supposed to do some sort of foam in them. Let's see. First, what we can do is start off with that outline highlight. So I'll go up really to white, move it more towards that green, and we can go ahead and have you have the outline in way up, probably even up here, possibly like that instead. And now you have the highlights up there, and you also have your highlights. Oh, hold on, like that, maybe. And then instead of the really dark outlines, maybe they're just lighter outlines, so it's not too dark. So maybe instead what we do is we have you as our outlines. Like this? Possibly? Let's see. Nah, I quite like the dark outlines for the horns. I think they work well. And hi,
Brendan just followed.
Brendan, welcome to stream. Thank you for the follow and welcome to stream. Hello. And oh, I did read that. Good. Yeah, I did read that. Maybe her shoulders and the neck area could lack the highlight. Sure. A new pixel artist rises. I've come to watch. Thank you, and welcome. You know, there's attempts always getting made, but I'm happy to hear my attempts are working. Let's see, the areas by the shoulder shouldn't be highlighted? That's what I'm thinking, because I think maybe it's too much at the moment. This was a gal I made a few months, well, I say a few months, 8 months ago. So we're remaking her to hopefully make her feel more ghostly. And right now, I definitely think she has that more ghostly feel. She has a better feel like I wanted her to have. I wanted her to be spooky. Maybe we can make this a little bit rounder here, like that. Now, do we really want the outline to look like that? Maybe it can be something like this instead. Oh, hold on. Like that instead, and then that there. Possibly. Maybe. Let's see. If I grab you again, here, that there. Oh, hold on. That there, and then that there. I'm not opposed to either, really. And that looks nice. Good work. Thank you. Gillid, is that how you say it? Thank you. Welcome to stream. I do appreciate it. It's certainly been a lot of fun. I'm learning a lot doing these, and that's always the hope, isn't it? Let's see. Maybe this is the outline. Yeah, I think not having the hair separated on the outline helps a lot. However, because there's a lot of outlines going on here, I think that's why it's a little confusing. So maybe something like this, where the hair comes in, would work out a little bit better in our favor, is the idea that I don't know if it gets it quite across. I still think we can do some more shading here, but I'm not too sure. And now her head is floating really high, or she just has a really long neck. We could always bring her head down. Like maybe here? It looks smaller now. Oh yeah, she does have a really high neck. You do make a very fair point. We can certainly bring her down just a smidge. Oh, it keeps pushing her. There we are. Yeah, there we are. Makes a lot more sense. Thanks for pointing that out. Okay. From here, let's see. I want to add some either some lighter shading in here. Maybe we can add some bubbles inside. I don't know. Let's see. So something like that can go here. Maybe for some shading bits. And then that's kind of here, which is the area where it pokes out at. And then here, because the shading's underneath, it goes down here. The shading also is down underneath, so it goes down here. Since the shading is down here, we can kind of go down. And since the shading's also down here, we can also somewhat symmetry. So this could be considered banding, right? And we don't want to do banding. Maybe not there. I don't think I would consider that banding. Oh no, that's banding. That's banding. And I really like the floating head aspect, really plays into the ghostly unalive design. Me too. I really like it. I like it a lot. I think the head was way too high though. Let's see, the head height of, the head height was different because of this here. I don't know. The head was different. The shoulders were higher. Well, you know what, maybe we can go up a little bit more, like that. Just bring it up one more. I think I reduced her head height a little bit too much. There you go. You got a little bit of length left, but yeah, gives her the ghostly feeling. And the idea is maybe it's a bubble, possibly, though I don't know if it gets across quite well. Let's see, for this guy here, maybe we have this as the center of our bubble, or maybe, let's see, it'd be this is the outline of the bubble, right? Yeah, something like this for the bubble outlines could possibly be a little bit better, like that. And then we'll just fill all of you guys in, like you, and you. I think this works. Or maybe it should be the opposite. Instead, it should be you. I'll fill all of you in first, like this, and then we'll go ahead and fill you inside, and then we'll fill you outside. What do you think? This instead, because it's the dark outside, right? Dark outline for the outside bit. Yeah. Now I can see the shaded part of the hair looking like an open jaw. I should really stop talking now. Big sharp teeth. Like, hold on. A tooth here, like a big open maw. Like she does kind of look like an underwater creature, right? Which is good. That's what we're going for, right? A water creature. So that's good. It reminds me of one of maybe those like sea lantern, I forget what you call them, but they look like lantern, angelfish. No, not angelfish. Angler fish. Those guys that have the lures on top of their heads. That's what it reminds me of a little bit. Let's see. This guy goes here, and I'll need that guy for the outline. Then go back to here. Like that there, and that there. Now these certainly do look like bubbles. And for this guy here, maybe we can fill in your outline for that water. And you guys can be this color instead for the water. Like that, and that will... These guys are in the back, so maybe they do get a darker color. And these guys are more so in the front, so maybe you drip down to like this. And I'm not sure, do you think the blue fits with everything, or what do you think? That guy's kind of underneath. And then we have this guy here, I think, for the water at the bottom, or puddle. Something like this instead. Yeah, like that. She reminds me of the snowy ghost slash skeleton from Minecraft. That guy that has the audio, the sensitive hearing, you mean? If so, the warden. Is it called the warden? I think I can see the warden. Let me duplicate this guy. I'm curious to see, maybe we don't lean more towards the blue. Maybe if we go towards green. So like here, we turn this all green. Let's see. More towards green. Yeah, maybe a little darker here. And stray. Oh, ghost skeleton. Yeah, ghost skeleton. I mean, the warden kind of has that skeleton-y look. And yeah, that guy. Yeah, stray does make sense. We'll go ahead and fill these guys in. And then this blue here, maybe if we go more towards you, or more towards you, like that. And then you can also get moved towards you, maybe more like that. Or hold on, something, what do you think? I wanted to see about maybe changing the colors around a bit. The outline looks a little funny now. And I really like the heart that you can see in the warden texture. The heart, let me see. Let me look. Warden. Minecraft. Where are we at? Minecraft warden. Oh yeah. I see it. The heart guy. Let me put here. The souls. Ooh. I don't know if that's something we can do here, but I do like that idea. And it would be cool for the ghost. Yep. Or his chest. Yep. That guy there. The souls. I don't know if we can do it here, but our chest is kind of looking like a heart. It does, doesn't it? Do you think with the blue or without the blue? I like the blue, but I also like it not blue. Oh, hold on. I undid all of them. The blue, no blue. I feel like this feels better just because it's more aligned with everything else. The thing with the guys in the chest is that they have the eyes and the spirits. Maybe those are the lost spirits. And then you have, what would be like a little guy here. It looks like Soul Sand in a way. Like something like this. Oh, hold on. Like that. But it's tricky to do just because of texturing. So something like that there. Maybe we can even do this here, so it's not so much a layering feel. As I'm trying my best not to do banding. That's the hope, at least. If I zoom out, what are we looking at? Banding. Definitely getting that feel. Maybe there's some other ways we can add to it. And let me get some lemonade. The blue's better, truthfully. It's different, but it makes it pop out. Interesting. Blue? Not blue. Blue? Not blue. I do like it because it feels more aligned with everything. But I can certainly see, yeah. No, let's go with blue. let's see. Gonna go ahead and save. And then from here, for the horns, how can we add the bubbles or watery bits? Maybe we can do it sort of kind of like this here, where it's some of the bottom, or maybe we fill in the horns get filled in like this, and then this and this here, and then we have this as the outline, since these guys are our outlines here. So something like you. Here we go. And then we have the other colors for more shading. So maybe something like this here. Maybe we can add some circles for the bubbles. Something like this there. But I'm not liking this. I can't say that. I'm thinking light gray spots for the foam. Light gray? Interesting. Let's see. Light gray spots for the foam. Light gray. So maybe a little darker, a little lighter. Movie here. Light gray spots. Movie here. Let's see. Just a smidge of a move instead. Light gray spots. Something like that. It's a little bit too light. Maybe a little bit darker. Like that. Definitely a difference. Maybe something like you. And then, let's see. You here. Like that. And then maybe you can go there. And then you can go here. And then you're kind of cracked. So is there any way we can describe that cracked look? Maybe we can make the center or the middle here. That color. Like that. Something to that extent. Maybe it's the color that needs changing. Maybe something like this. Yeah, hold on. Maybe if we did this color here, and then this color here, and then if we did, that there, and then this here. Oh, like that. Yeah, like this instead. Kind of looks like it's going through her body, right? And then let's do it for this guy here. So it's this dark color there, and then it's this guy for the inside. I think feels like it's kind of moving around in the body. Let me go ahead and move you here and there. Maybe a little bit back down there and there. And something like that, yeah. Maybe there. And, we move you up a bit. Maybe we can make it look like it's dripping down a smidge. Maybe just that dot there can make it look like it's kind of going through, but I don't know. Something like this, and then maybe we can make it look like it's going, curling in, possibly, like this. Yeah. And then maybe we can even add that there, right? Possibly. I would add maybe another dot here if I could, and maybe I can. Maybe like this for her horn to make it look like it's kind of swirling. Like a mini lava lamp, kind of. Yeah. And I'm wondering what, like, yeah, that's the color I did use. Good. Okay. And it looks more like see-through water, or see-through, if you will, than foam. See-through. But, right now, but it also looks nice. Thank you. Yeah, I do like it. I'm wondering about this guy here, and I'm thinking maybe we can just use the shading that we already have for these guys. Maybe. I'm not too opposed to the light versus dark for the horns. Right. This, and let me duplicate it again. Save it here. Duplicate you. And go ahead and delete you there. And if we were to do either this or the other one. So either this guy or this guy. Let's see. This flight number 1, number 2. Oh, hold on. That's too many of them. I think I like the darker one better. I think that one feels better. We'll get that one. Yep. Now for this guy here, since it's the darker areas at the bottom, we can go ahead and do some of you guys here. We even want to do the bit at the bottom. Nah. And the dark outline? Yeah, I think so. And wait, that's so good. Also, you have a Discord? I do. And hi, Mr. Gene! Exclamation Discord. There you go. You're free to join if you'd like. There's no pressure at all. And thank you again. Yeah, I'm surprised with how this is coming out. I can never tell. So, whenever it turns out lovely, oh man, I am over the moon. I'm always really happy. Let me go ahead and we're going to make you this guy here, like that. And then do this guy. Oh, wait, did I just do the wrong colors? I did. Okay, you're that color. Yeah, And then the inside color is that color. And then we'll go ahead and do that there. Like that. Those are our bubbles. Yep, yep. And then for here, I think possibly something like this could also work a bit. It feels more lava lamp-ish, but I kind of like it. So if there's a light color we can use, maybe we don't do these light or dark colors here. I think this is fine. Then we'll also do this kind of guy here and there. And maybe we can do some of the bubble feel. Kind of moving that there. Maybe moving it down a little bit like this. Moving it down to, nope, like that. And then adding a circle here. No. Hold on. Maybe grab you. And I'm going for a kind of a round, curly feel for my bubbles. Or maybe that could be the curl. And then maybe this could be the bubble there. But it doesn't quite look bubbly, does it? Something's off. So maybe we can go ahead and do something like that here. Oh, hold on. Like this, and maybe this here. Oh, you're not supposed to be like that. And then maybe like that. I'm not opposed to that. And I think I sent a good example of melting dripping ghost. Smedge, if it's an example, would you mind DMing it to me? That way I don't have to get spoiled by the ghost studies, as I want to save those for the end of the stream. So if it's something you want me to see right now, it'd be best to DM it to me. That way I can get a good reference to look at. Let's see. Something like this, and then let's, yep, like that. It's usually a darker color that I'm doing. And the lava lamp feel is pretty smart. The water should have impurity. Interesting. I like the lava lampy feel because I think it's like really whooshy, but I can see for the other sense too, yeah. Now, do we do the light there? Maybe only like this. And then maybe we kind of have this guy here for the dark areas. We go to these guys, let's see. The water does have highlights depending on where you're getting it from. There's some wavy bits here. And these are wavy bits. We can go ahead and close you. And let me go ahead and check Discord. Messages. Oh, I see it. Yep. Maybe deep fried, but it's good. Let's see. It's too deep fried to tell. I really can't tell what I'm looking at, Smudge. Not really at all, unfortunately. Let's see. If I go ahead and go back into you. Yeah, there's kind of layers of water. It seems like there's bands. Also seen different patterns too. So maybe we can do... Maybe we can do bands here. So maybe it can come down a little bit. And it can go up here. And hi, Infinite. Oh, that's a smart one. Look on his stream. Hello. How you doing? And shows the deep fried guy. I'm saving you, Chuck. I don't even know how I would show you the whole video. I'd have to screen share the video, and that's in the messages and everything. I believe Smudge said they sent it in the Discord as well. So if you really want to go soul searching for it, I believe it's there. Somewhere in the deep abyss. Let's see. Something like that there. And it's kind of what I did here, right? With the lava lampy feel. And what is this for? It's for fun. I am studying ghosts, so I'm trying to update this gal. I drew her 8 months ago, and I felt like she wasn't ghostly enough, so we're redrawing her. And this is her new design here. The idea is that because I'm making a game where you play as a necromancer, I'll need to draw some ghosts since I plan on putting ghosts in the game. So the study today is about learning how to draw ghosts. I want to see if I can get good at drawing ghosts so I can figure out how to draw ghosts good enough for my game. This isn't going in my game since this is like a different type of ghost, but the whole feel is just more I can draw the better. But welcome again. Let's see. Something like this and maybe the hair outline. Nah, I like the dark feel for this guy here. I'm just wondering about this chest area. Maybe we can do here and then do here like that, or maybe it can be more so like this and then like that. And then we can do something like this and then that. Like that, maybe. Oh, hold on. What happened? I don't know, but I didn't like it. Something like this. Maybe, let's see. Move you down. Something like you. Oh, that kind of looks like a watery attention to detail, right? In a sense. Maybe we can move this here. So it kind of looks like a layering in the background. Is the idea. I'm thinking of, at least. Maybe it can be bigger for up here. Something like this for a pattern. And practicing to get better. Yep. What is this ritual? Everyone knows that when you're bad at something, you must immediately give up on your
Job
grades.
subscribed on YouTube.
Thank you. Hold on, let me get the name correct. Munib Mustajab. Maybe? Welcome to stream, and thank you for the subscription on YouTube. Welcome, man. I can see it kind of sorta. And practicing, you know, what they say, practice makes perfect, right? That's the fun of it, isn't it? That's the... You don't have fun learning, is what you're saying to Jack? What? Shoo. Learning's fun. I haven't heard anything else otherwise. Let's see. And I can see the darker part still having the shape of the chest. Do you mean this? Or, and I'm making a cross stitch right now, which is basically Pixelart. I have heard that before. Usually when I search up Pixelart, cross stitches are the ones that usually pop up. So it's interesting you say that. But I hope you have fun. I used to do knitting and crocheting, so, you know, the arts and crafts stuff, it was always fun for me. But I've never tried cross stitching before. Let's see. You have the darker part still having shape of the chest. What do you mean exactly, Check? Could you elaborate a smidge? Let's see. I think that's good for just the circly feel. Maybe, let's see. That's the closer guy. Maybe this can come down. Or maybe like this, and this. And that can go down. And maybe we can add more of a curve. Like that. Possibly, to show the roundness going on. And maybe we can even go here. I think this is fine. Something like this, and then maybe we can also do the round area there and there. Like that, for a whooshy feel. Now for here, let's see. And the darker part being like the whole chest but smaller. It could have a nice effect. The darker part being like the shape of the chest. What do you mean exactly? Could you elaborate? Now I'm certainly not following. The darker part still having the shape of the chest. This does have the shape of the chest. You said the darker part. You mean something like this? Or what exactly are you trying to say? Let me go ahead and save this guy here. Oh, redo. Yeah, that's what I want. Now for our hair, is there anything we can do for you? As I definitely want to update the hair. I think the hair is the last part. Thank you for all the hearts. They're very sweet. For you, if we go back into these guys, oh no, not you. You, how are you doing hair, huh? You kind of have patches, it seems like, in the hair. There's some areas that are highlighted or that are light and some that are dark. And you can see here, there's some that are deeper, some lines that go into it. One thing I know for certain is that I'm not very versed in hair. That's something I want to get better at. So this is good practice all around. Okay. Well, maybe we can kind of have the hair come around, and before you even do this, let me go ahead and save and do duplicate, and we'll do details. There we go. Okay. So, maybe we can have, right, the back of the hair. So this would be the back of the hair, possibly like this instead. And then we have the front of the hair with something like this. And again, this could be considered banding, but we'll see. Something like that. And well, the current one looks great, so I might send a visualization of my thought process later. Sure. I'd love to see it. I am very curious to see where your mind led you. So something like this, maybe even like this and this. Let's see. I'd show. Yeah, I like this, the earlier one, better. We'll go ahead and delete you and just duplicate you again. That's the nice part about saving, is that you don't have to worry about errors. Let's see. Okay. We need highlights in the hair. I'm guessing that's what's going to help. And maybe we can do some of you, slide you over a bit, and do some highlights like this, and make the highlights go down, so they need to curve up. Something like that, and that. Like that. And then we can kind of go up again here. So maybe cross the hair and go up here. Something like that. I don't think that looks too bad, right? For highlights? Maybe we can do, let's see. Maybe if we do some of you, make you look rounder, but I think this is fine. Now the ghosts, having highlights might not make them as lively. It's something to worry about. And hi, Peppermint Wisp. Hi, blah, 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 words. Welcome to stream. Hello. So maybe we can add more of that round area here, right? I hope you've been well. Let's see. Some of these guys here to round about for the rounder area here. And then now we can do you kind of here and round you out, I think, also here. I think that'll help with the hair. Something like this, right? It kind of looks like the water's getting wavy, is my hope for the layers. And it looks like it's going down and down. I'm gonna go a little bit darker here. And then I'm gonna go with maybe a lighter color here. So maybe we can do also a lighter color here. Something like this. And are you familiar with Artfight? I am indeed. Yep. I've never participated in it, but I have heard of it. That is for certain. I'm guessing maybe you've taken part in it, or would say yeah. Now for this guy here, maybe we can add a little bit of whooshing for our watery feel. Maybe this, and this. What do you think? Does it feel like it's the banding of the water? That's what I'm going for. And I have a friend who was in an art fight. It's so funny I feel like to those who don't know, it's like, what's an art fight? What do you mean you partaken in an art fight? Art fight's just when two people, I think it's either a theme or something, but you get told to draw one person, you kind of exchange art. Is the neat part about it. It's kind of like a game jam in a way. And if I want to share some art / what the menu looks like, because it has a bunch of art, should I share it in Quickshare or just the art form in Discord server? I know it seems stupid, I just don't want to send something to the wrong channel. No worries, Mr. Gene. So the difference is Quickshare is if you don't wanna, well, my worry was that initially sending art things would go by too quickly for people to appreciate it. So that's where the art gallery comes into play. The idea is that if you're not worried about your art getting drowned out by other people sending their art, you can send it in Quickshare. But if you want it to get the attention and the sense of people being able to see it, then I would put it in art gallery. So whichever one you feel most comfortable with. And I thought it was just when you beat each other up. The first rule, we don't talk about the art fight club. And yeah, I am. I'm doing 3D models. Ooh, I never thought about 3D models for art fighting. Okay, cool, thanks. Thanks for wanting to share. I'm really excited to see what you post up on there. That'll be fun to look at. So maybe this can kind of come down a little bit down here. Like down a little bit here. I think I like the lines to show off the wavy feels. However, I think I might go with a darker blue. Maybe something like this. Or wait, hold on. We're doing less saturated. With something like that. Or maybe we can even do this, and this. But I think that. And got a less fried footage. That guy is elusive. And that line sounds very wrong. Which line? There are many lines that I've said. Let me double check the water. This guy here is the one I'm thinking of, where you can see, right, the ripples of water. It kind of goes from light to dark, and there's swirls. So instead, maybe what I should do is do this dark guy here, and then have this guy kind of coming up a little bit, an area, so you can see, right, with the waves. So something like that, I think, will make it look more like the water's doing its watery thing. And maybe kind of have that T symbol back here, where you can see it. But maybe instead of going that way, we bring it to this way. So something like this instead. And maybe we can do like that, maybe like that. Maybe we can do this here, that there, not there. Well, it kind of looks a little off, so maybe not. Maybe we just do like this, where it's a cascade of water. And the lines on our hair, it looks, the lines feel very wrong. Interesting. The lines on our hair, it looks weird. Huh. If I zoom out here, the idea is that it's water. She has watery hair, but you're not seeing the watery feel? That is interesting. I was going for something like this, where you can see the water is changing shade as it goes more and more. Oh, huh. I understand it. I certainly do. We have this guy and then this guy. And you're saying you like not with the lines? I was going for more of a flowing water, like it's dripping down her face. But I can certainly see why it would feel weird. Might keep it, but I do have a backup in case I do change my mind. Let's see. Something like that there. But I like this here, not having that area there. And the stripes and the highlight are under of the... Hold on. The stripe of the highlight under her head. What do you mean? Do you mean this guy changing this guy here? Could you elaborate a little bit, Jack? I'm not quite sure what you mean. As I do like this, but I don't get what part you mean that feels wrong. And let me get some water. Is there more things we can change about her? I'm looking. Tasty water. Delicious. I feel like how this is dark here. Maybe what we can do is add this guy here. That outline bit. Yeah, I could see it working like that way. Maybe we can even do, let's see, this kind of coming in here. Hold on, like that. And maybe, let's see, move you up a smidge. Like that. Hold on. Like you. Nope. You. Yeah, maybe. Nope. I think the line is all good on its own. You're a-okay in my book. Like that. And we'll go ahead and remove you guys back. Oh, I think keeping it like that's good. Looks fine now. Oh, no worries. I'm sorry for chanting like a broken toaster. You're okay, Jack. Your suggestions have been very what's the word I'm looking for? Your contributions have been very appreciated by all means. If you got an idea, I'm here for it. Well, yeah. I think that last bit on the shading, that last detail, adds an oomph to it. So we'll go ahead and merge you down. And is there anything I'm forgetting, do you think? Oh, the coin, right? Maybe we can darken up the coin a little bit. But I don't know if we can. Like, maybe we can add a glinting part to it. So up here, and make it here. And her bottom half looks like a mop. That's good, right? That's good.
Peppermint Wisp just followed.
And thank you for the follow, Peppermint. Thank you, and welcome. Welcome to, not knowing things. That's the name of the game here. I feel like adding some more bubbles would be a little bit better than adding these dripping parts. So if we go ahead and remove these guys, yeah. Maybe the drippy parts feel a little bit too messy. Let's see. That there. And then we can go ahead and maybe add like another bubble down here. Like that there. Add a bubble there. Maybe kind of down there. Maybe there. Like this here, I think is a little bit better. And yeah, bottom half looks like a mop. That's good. And maybe add a puddle. We did try puddle, but I didn't like the way it felt. I don't mind trying again. Let's see. Puddle. Copy. Go back to shading. Paste the puddle. Where's my puddle at? I want my puddle back. Give it back. Copy. Yep. Oh, no. Copy. Yep. And then we'll go back to shading. And then here, let's see. Like that. What would it look like the puddle? So it kind of drips down. I'm guessing maybe this could be this color here. Something like that. Maybe the issue is it's supposed to be... There's a way to do it, I believe. And try an oval puddle? You mean like, hold on. Let me erase this. Something like this? And no. Now I'm seeing fish in her bottom. Whoosh. That's kind of good, right? Let's see. The highlight being the eye and the mouth, and the lower part looks like a fin. Oh boy, you have such an imagination, check. Let's see. And not sure she needs a puddle. A drop shadow? Yeah, the drop shadow itself does help, I can say. And otherwise she feels a little off. Interesting. I do like the drop shadow. I do think it adds a nice feel. Something like this here, or maybe more so like that. This here. But the circle feels a little off. So maybe we can do something like more akin to that instead. Or our drop shadow is, yeah. I think the little oval does add a bunch to her feel because she's going over and haunting. I know some puddles, right, start off light and bright and then they get darker, kind of like what I have here. Maybe that's the puddle feel we can go for. If this doesn't work out though, we can certainly do the drop shadow. I'm just curious to see if this does add a interesting feel to her. And that is off center, but that's okay. We'll go ahead and grab the next color, which is this color. And then it's this color, so maybe something like this here. And we can do this here. And that kind of goes there. Maybe? I'm not quite too sure how I feel about it. And floating things without drop shadows feel like they're not physically there. I mean, it is a ghost. And schedule time? Who heard such nonsense? I mean, we got like a few minutes left, so I'm more than fine with trying out a few things. And let's see, because they are above the floor, but not really above it. Oh yeah, makes perfect sense. I can 100% understand that. Yeah, makes total sense. And then maybe shadow around it? Let's see, we'll take this area here. And this would be your dark area. I think the drop shadow is better though. Just overall. Hold on, we have something like this. And it looks so silly with the bands, but the drop shadow itself, great. I think maybe not so dark because, again, we're trying to make her fit more in line with this background area. As while this was the initial character, I feel like, you know, we could certainly modify her. But overall, she doesn't look like she fits in with these skelly guys. I can't see that, but it's also because of the shading we used on her. And white marks for ripples. Yeah, hold on. Let's see. Like, we have these. So something like this and something like this to kind of make it look like it's coming out like that. Hold on. Like this. And let's see. It starts off thin, right? And then it gets thinner or thicker, I think. So something maybe more like that. And then it kind of gets a little bit thicker. So possibly like that. And then maybe make you a little bit thinner here. Maybe like that. Hold on. Like you, maybe you. And then you all along here. You all along here. Like that. Maybe. And let's see. They're disconnected from it as a whole. And hi Rodrigo. Welcome back. And you could try lowering the opacity. If I can, I'd like to not mess with the opacity stuff. As that's the hope is that some games do have opacity. I think a good example is Terraria. Yeah, Terraria does have some opacity stuff. So if I can help it, I'd rather not do opacity things. However, there's other things we can certainly try. Like this here and this here. And how's it going? It's going great. I'm having a lot of fun. And then maybe instead of the white, we can do this light color here. Like that. And then maybe we can add a little bit more of a shine here. And she lost some shine, but I say she had quite the glow. That's terrible. 0 to 10. How dare you? Oh boy. Something like this here for the water. So I'm adding a little bit of the ripples back. That coloring there. Do you think that looks more like she's dripping water? And let's see. Oh, without a drop shadow, they feel like a layer above. I did read that. Good. And just for the shadow, so you can see the ground underneath. Yep. Oh, just for the shadow? I don't know. We can try. But I don't usually like the opacity stuff. Let's see. Like this here. Maybe if it was a drop shadow. The ads are about to do their ad thing. We'll work on this guy for like maybe another 15-ish minutes. We'll see how we'll do. So we'll let those guys do their thing, and I'll get some lemonade as we will be wrapping up soon. But I'm having a lot of fun, I'll be honest. It's a shame I wasn't able to do Friday. I can't believe the weekend's almost over. The weekend is just about over. And I gotta wait more days, but oh, not too excited in that fact. But you know what? Next time you see me, oh man, I'll hopefully have patched the bugs in my game. But we'll see. Let me get some more water. I say water, but it's lemonade. Let me get some. You see. Okay. And let me get some water as well. And let me just double check that I didn't miss anything. Mop. Yep. Cross stitch. Yep. I don't believe I missed anything there. I certainly think, and Zero, since you're on YouTube, would you say I've had an easier time reading YouTube chat this time around with the new strategy I invented? I think I only missed one thing this time around, and that was before I made it bigger. And let's see. Fish? Okay. I think we're good to go. Let me get a little bit more water. Super tasty. And while we're waiting on the ads to do their ad thing, is there anything else I can think of in terms of lighting? This is not more so ghost lighting, it's more so shaded out lighting. So maybe if we made the really light colors light and just chatting around the water ghost. Lots of chatting. Or do you mean earlier is what you mean? What I do? Yeah. Let's see. Yeah, it's not water, it's more so smoky. Anything I think I'm missing? Now, this is a nice feature you can do where you kind of break up things and slide them across. It does give a very ghosty feel, if that is what you're going for. And we are going for ghosty. They do it sometimes here, but you can also see, right? Their layering happened to be, coincidentally, also kind of what I did here with the different layering and colors. They only kind of did it with a... Oh, hold on. If I do this guy here, yeah, they kind of slid things across so it looks like it's ghosty. It looks like it's glitchy. Doesn't it give a bit of a glitchy feel when I do it like this? And then if we slide her here, slide her like here, like this, she looks like she's completely different. And I think it's a neat effect. Let me undo said neat effect as well. I like it. It is also a thing. Nope, hold on. Did I miss something? Nope, we're good. Yep. And sorry, I had to leave for the last 2 hours. No worries. No worries whatsoever, Zero. None, don't you worry. Let's see. I'll go ahead and save this guy here. And we'll do, let's see, merge down, as I believe you're this layer. Yep. Hats are about to end, so we'll see about ending these guys. And I'm wondering, maybe it's the color of the pool I'm not too sure about. Maybe we need some drip drops like this here to show off the dripping, but we'll see. And ads are just a bit. And she went from looking like a demon to looking like a yokai. I mean, I could certainly see her being a yokai, right? She's like folklore, and that's kind of what happens when you believe long enough, then a yokai tends to happen. And they're kind of ghosty characters depending on the type. So yeah, I feel like she's more of a yokai now. And welcome back from the ad break. Yeah, I can see yokai. And she just needs friends. She does. She's very lonely. You know, all she had to chat to were kids who wanted cool things. And at first they were very appreciative. Then, you know, they took her for granted. And now she's like, you know what? I'm gonna take her souls. And now here we are. The result of the soul taken. Let me make this darker, I think. And then we have the medium color. Well, this guy here, here, and here. And then this guy here, here, and here. And then we have the highlight color and the mixed color. Possibly this color here. And let's see, this color would also be this color. And then also, well, I kind of like the shine a little bit. I think the shine works. Maybe we could do a little less shine, so it's this guy here instead. But I think overall, that works out, right? And maybe a dark brown ring around the puddle makes it look like the ground's absorbing water. The thing is, I'm not sure if you would ever run into a scenario where she would always be on this ground or somewhere else. So having that, not too sure. I know she would have like a dripping puddle, but adding a ring around it? And oof, I'm trying to draw the menu background art, an entirely different perspective. Oof. Perspective's always hard, but it's going somewhat well. I'm really happy to hear it, truly. And now we need said souls as the subject of his unavoidable sequel. We are going to rescue the souls. That's the name of the game. But I'm really happy to hear it, Mr. Gene. I'm glad to hear your things are going. That's the most important part, right? Maybe we can have this kind of dripping. I just want to see if this looks like it's dripping liquid. Like here. Nah. I think the simple feel is fine. Maybe we can add some droplets, but no, I think what we have can work. I don't think an outline can work, and then you could do gray on the ring. Possibly, yeah. I could certainly see it, but I think we're a-okay to go. Alrighty. So let me scroll out a little bit and copy you and do new layer here. And what do you think, huh? This is the new her. And that is the old her. Let me get rid of that ring here. So she went from being, and let me go ahead and hide this guy here. So the idea, I think, certainly changed a lot. And she was so big, and now she's so small. It feels so weird. I definitely have less of that coin feel, but I feel like the new coin she has is better. And maybe what we can do is add like a dark bit at the top or the bottom. Okay, maybe last thing we can do is have the highlight up here. Never mind, I thought it was 3 tall. It's not even 3 tall. Like that for the coin, but no, okay. Maybe like that? No. Maybe highlight there? Yeah, maybe. Well, I don't know. That'd be something to figure out. Let's make you maybe a little bit brighter. Like there, possibly. And I can fix her. Ooh, I mean, she's fixable. I certainly believe so. She's misunderstood. She's completely misunderstood. And she's less royal and more haunting now. Amazing. I'm really happy to hear it. And she went from being kind of, yeah, I'm happy, my life is great, to good. I'm really happy to hear it. Let me go ahead and go to the screen here. And hide that timer there. Let me check the dates. Okay, yeah. So, if you're new around here, as I'm sure a lot of you, I saw a lot of new names. If you come next week, what we'll be doing is we'll be doing a community stream. I do them at the start of the month, once a month. And let me give you a preview of what that is. If we go to this guy here, and go to here, and if you scroll down from my website, and I click this guy here, oh, yes, thank you for reminding me, Chuck. Yep. Thank you. I just feel like it's 50-50. Oh man, oh, okay, yeah. Yeah, I'm new. I'm so cool. Okay. I remember. Thank you, Chuck, so much. Oh man, and maybe the bottom 2 pixels on the buckle darker. I can certainly try, Zero. So what we do is every 20 minutes we change up the theme. You don't have to draw the theme if you don't wanna, but the idea is that it's just supposed to be a fun stream where we all draw on a big canvas. This will be the 7th month in a row we've done this. And you can see these are from previous streams of previous months. And oh man, I can't believe I almost forgot. Thank you for reminding me. Oh boy. And let's see, I wanna see, let's see. And since I've almost been streaming for a year now, next month, next month, so August, the start of August will be a whole year's worth of doing streaming and everything, so we'll have a celebration there. And you start betting on you remembering the DC stuff. I'm trying, check. Surely I am, but thank you for reminding me this time around. And oh, hold on. Oh, I do see the ghost now. Yeah. Oh, I'll have to try doing that, Smedge. Thank you for reminding me. Okay, let's go back into the sky here and go up here. Okay, we're good. Planning guy here, and let me do this. And this guy here. So if you want to get in the know, there is the Discord right there. And my time is soon, just 1 more week. I'm excited to see what you come up with, Zero. And if you happen to have drawn a ghost that you'd like to share, you can join the Discord there. And then from there, you can go down from the welcome, as you can still see. Energy and Jean have joined. Welcome to the both of you. You go down to to and as well as, oh, I don't know how to say that name. Nyas? Maybe, possibly. You go here to Pixelart Study with me. These are the previous Pixelart ones we've done, but what you're looking for is the ghost study. Click that guy, and it'll bring you into all the notes that people have shared between one another during this time on stream. So let me go ahead and open it in full view here. Let's scroll up. So I linked the stream, I linked the resources that I try to use, and there's a sprite analysis here. And that was from my earlier sprite analysis. It seems like Ed also did his own notes, which is really interesting. I'll be excited to read these, as he took a lot more notes than me. That's even better. That's lovely. I'm really excited to read it now. And oh, let's see. Oh, lovely lady. I believe he had to go to sleep, so this is the start of his drawing. But I like the figure already. I like the wispy hair and the feel. I feel like that bell bottom is the hardest part to get down. Here, let's see, we have Smedge. Smedge, is this the drawing you did, or is this a reference drawing? These are the reference guys. I'm guessing this is the reference, and this is spooky guy here, and that's a reference. But if you could clarify, that way I can know. It looks like evil Eris. No evil Eris exists, I tell ya. And wait, when are you streaming again? What date was it? If I go to here, where are we at? You. And you can also do this as well. Exclamation SCHEDULE. There we are. That guy right there. I stream from, and I believe I can do this guy here too as well. Yep. I stream from Friday to Sunday, 1 to 5 p.m. EST. So at the end, or at the start of every month. So since next time you see me, next time will be Friday on the 4th. Oh, maybe I don't want to do the draw together on the 4th. So it'll probably be on a Saturday or Sunday that we do it. So let's see. Let's go back over to planning and take a look at the Discord submissions and keep it going. Oh yeah, this was the the crunkly one, and I was asked to put this as a resource. Yep. Okay, yeah. All of these guys are resources then. Good. Lovely. And well, this was fun. I like the stream and super excited for the next one. Maybe new favorite streamer. Still, yippee, silly yippee creature. Yippee. I'm really glad to hear it, Mr. G. I'm really glad you enjoyed. Saying that, if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around. I know yesterday was a little bit of a surprise. It was a surprise for me too. I will try to vet the people I rate a lot clearer now. I thought the music in the background was mine. Apparently not. So there was some audio issues with the person I rated to. So let me see if I can find someone, you know, a little bit better of the time. And thanks for streaming. No worries. And don't so good. I won't tell if you won't tell. Saying all that, if you're on YouTube, this will be the oh no, I don't want the audio to cut out. This will be the end for me. I'll go to the end screen, and if you're on Twitch, consider sticking around so we can figure out someone to raid and scratch. Now of all times. And thanks for such a great stream. Have a great one. Thanks for coming, Jack, and stretching to the left, and thank you for that redeem morphininum. Left, back, and forward. Okay, we're all good to go. And also have a good raid. Thank you. Alrighty, I hope you all have a good weekend, a good evening, morning, afternoon, or good night. Or did I miss any? I don't believe I did. And very sweet Smedge. So let's say Sledge, but yeah, see you soon.